hope. You wonderful people. I need to get ready.
Tesla hates when you do this, but they can't stop you.
just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Right, very quickly. Votes are open. So, bit manual on my side, so bear with me. I've got to open up all the votes separately. 50 minutes after the game has started, I will end the vote. But what I'm going to do, I've got 3 last 500 G coins. So, we've got voting today, voting tomorrow, and overall leaderboard, we're going to go out for grabs. So, if you're the victor, the person who gets the most amount of votes or picks the most amount of the right team that wins each game, and Dub, I think the top winning was 3 last week. So if you're that person, you'll get 500 G coin. If you then do it for the second day, you'll get another 500 G coin. And if you're the overall leaderboard and counting the most amount of the 2 days, you'll get another 500 G coins. So 1,500 G coins are up for grabs over the next 2 days, 500 a day, plus an extra 500 though for the top. Kind of waiting for the live stream just to get ready. Bear with me. I love you all. Just finished work. I've got a lot to do here, so bear with me. I'm just trying to get it all sorted. We've got a map stream, which is grand. I've got a feed as well. So give me 5 or 10 minutes. I think the games will be up in a little while, so we should be good to go. But see you guys in a second.
Shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Let's just bring you back in. I did put you out to a break quickly because I just need to do something for someone. Help all of the other streamers out. We've got loads of other languages. We've got Russian, French, German, Czech, plus me. I'll be covering all things. And first and foremost as well, like a massive shout to Koho, because let me send that to you. You need that. Koho provides an outstanding command center for the last, like, all the early rounds from 256 through to the round of 16. So massive shout to Koho. He's the center coach. You don't know who he is. I'll make sure you get details in the chat. And one, just give him some love, give him some subs. He's done an outstanding job. It's hard to, like, I don't know how his brain does it. He just has all of the streams up, and he just obviously clearly and enjoys it. Obviously, worth noting, I am live with you guys today, so let's go Primal. Big shout. Primal have been smashing it. Oh, I call it Jogsy, but he calls it Jogsy. Primal have been insane. Arrow, you guys have got a lot of votes out there as well. Most importantly, if these are the teams that you think are going to win, guys, it's time to vote. Exclamation mark vote into chat. That will take you to a website which has been generated by a company called ewave.gg, an outstanding company nonetheless. They will be covering a lot of stuff. I'm doing a lot of stuff with them actually to try and encourage how well you guys as an audience can engage with what's happening. PUBG isn't the easiest content to watch unless you play heavily. And obviously, if you don't understand how you play, but trying to engage viewerships that haven't played a lot. So if you have someone that hasn't played and you don't have an idea, talk to the guys and girls in chat. They give you an understanding. What am I doing? Why am we voting? Well, you know, Twitch can obviously, you can only put 4 votes up. With this, you're able to pick one of 16 teams that are contending for the round of 16. And more importantly, with those round of 16 that you are opting to get through, if you guess the winning team for each round correct. Now, some people just vote all 6 games now. All 6 games are open. You can just vote. They will guess all 16 games now. All 6 games now. Hello. How you doing, Mark Powercast? How you doing, mate? It's got a little alpha thing pops out. You're able to obviously get the vote in and make sure you win. Every successful team that you pick for a vote will be put into a leaderboard. And then obviously from the leaderboard there, we will... Hello? There we go, working. Hello. Hi, I've gone. No, I had to transition. I had to do something slightly different. Sorry, my bad. So those that obviously guessed the right amount of people for this one, for day number 1, you will win 500 G coin. You'll be doing the same again, 500 G coin again tomorrow for the successful winner. And I've also got overall leaderboard. So who can guess the most right winners for best of 12 is down. So best of 6 each day, 500 G coin plus a cheeky best of 12 as well. How you doing, Sogar? Let me know when you are back. Maybe just message me. Hello, hi. Hi, hello. You back? If you're back, you here? And more importantly, we've got the amazing Saga, who said he's going to grace us with his amazing presence when he gets home. Yay, he said he's here. So, let me just do this quickly so I can hear him. And let me send this. Cool. Right, that done, dusted, that's underway. Our games are underway. That's done. All good. We have game audio. Yes, check. You can hear me. Check. Saga will join in 2 seconds. Check. He should be able to hear me on Discord. Check. I think we're good for games. We also have a map stream, which I'm just going to test very quickly now, guys. Let's do this, and let's do that. And why has the feed stopped? Feed flipped, the feed's back. Oh, this is going to be painful. I hate when I'm not in control of stuff. High budget performance. Right, you're in, and your voice is here as well. Just double check your voice. You got your mic, Saga? VMix. He says, they do VMix. I'm meeting with VMix. I haven't got any feed coming through. Budget caster is in. There you go.
There we go. It was using the wrong thing because I bought the new monitors from Sam, and that's messed up all my audio settings. Fantastic.
Right, while you talk about that, you've got that. I'm going to also do something. Oh, it's going to annoy me. I can't do it as clean as I want to do it.
Fantastic. Great stuff, Mark.
I know, sorry. It's confusing when you've got two separate feeds coming through and I've not got a short list. I can do it quickly. It needs a bit of work. Okay, thereabouts. I'm going to work on that for next one. Let's just stay with this one.
Yeah.
I was just saying to guys, we've got Koro smashed it for the last couple of days. The command center is just outstanding. I can't fault like how the hell he keeps on top of it. And actually, was talking about this team, Jogs. He calls it Jog. I call him Jogsy, but because he's got the I in his Twitch chat, but he hasn't got it on here. Primal been smashing it, mate. They've been doing so well and just seem to get into end zones without anyone really contesting them too much.
Very true, probably. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a couple of things going on, so I haven't watched every single day of games so far up to this point. But if you make it to the round of 16, you got to be doing something right. You know what I'm saying?
100%. Map, obviously zone, came out from the south, or east towards the northwest, the southeast up towards an east towards a northwest, ending up over Zaki. Zone though has positioned himself now over George down towards Quarry, so very much on that west side, as I will send Saga individual links in case he wants this one. And I will sort your audio out right now. Thanks for letting me know. There's one, you need that one, and you're mostly going to also want 3, 2, 1, some audio. There you go. Perfect.
UK education has not failed us, apart from figuring out that 6 o'clock CET is not the same as 6 o'clock
It threw me. It completely threw me, mate. Completely threw me. It's like, Mark, you going live? I was like, yeah, I am. Lucky enough, the games hadn't started, so we had not a lot of time waiting around, which is good. So there's your map feed. We've got the stuff. Team's not on though, but if we do !Twire or leaderboards, that will give you the right teams because that's the best way to look at it as a group of 16 teams. Obviously, what happened though before this round of 32, we had the best of 7 go through, and then the best 8 qualifying team out of the 2 lobbies, which was selected. So unfortunately, RFI room for improvement needed a bit more room for improvement. Actually, because it came down to a couple of points. A bit disappointed. A really good team as well. So they didn't make it. But we took the top tier team out from the other lobby. They were then joined by the other team, which was Gaming Gladiators, which got wild card pick, and it came down to penalty. So that's how they've entered now into the tournament.
And for a lot of them, doesn't really matter because if they don't make it through to the next stage, it was all for nothing. Unfortunate. That's how open qualifiers be. It's a brutal place out here. A lot of strong, solid competition. Often gets like 2nd or 3rd rounded. So honestly, to make it this far is it's good, but if you fall at this final hurdle, it's gonna be kicking yourself.
Unfortunately, some of the teams have fallen short of that. As a result, they are now out. And I just noticed the guys haven't got match numbers up, so I am just going to do that. It will update to match number 1 in a second. There you go. At least we've got... Yeah, that's right, I think. Yeah, at least we've got some match numbers up. I thought they might put it on. Obviously, big shout out to the production team because they are the team and the guys and girls behind the scene putting all the observing on and the map feed, etc., which I will get sorted, so we actually will see more of the map feed come the second game. For now, obviously, teams on the rotation in. We haven't lost the teams, lost a few players. Major amounts. I am a bit worried because I have got access to the map feed. We've got Fairy Tail, obviously, are stuck with Buick, who are also stuck on Military Island. Looks like Fairy Tail are trying to camp out that, but in the heart of the zone, well, Primal, no surprise. He had a not much of a longer rotation from here because they drop South George.
We should set the rule early that I don't want any North London derby jokes. If you mention NLD, I am.
I forgot you're a Spurs fan.
Never mind.
You should have won that.
Couple of L's so far in the chat. Early scrapping over the North Everest compound. It's usually a common place to see fights in and around Everest. Usually on top of it though, but Presenti's not really under any pressure. Just poking and prodding. Easy.
Toffee's asking the caster. It's the one and only. That's not right, Toffs. Ignore that. It's the one and only. You know it is Saga. How you doing, mate?
That's me,
Welcome
Devin
in.
Smith.
It's not you, Devin Smith, mate. Honestly, it really caught us out today. I generally just assume normal time in normal zones, good to go, but it's an hour ahead. So I actually kicked someone off the meeting just to ensure that I could to get the stream up basically and run in. So excited to be here, and I was rushed out that meeting pretty quickly, put it that way. There you are. That's updated now.
Rosamar. He hits those. Bodied me in ranked the other day, so you better hit these.
This one's not too bad. Good sir.
Shame.
Game number 1. It's best of 12 though. So we've got a few games over the next course of the days. And if I update that. The team actually lots of support for Arrow. Working their way through the lobbies. And looks like a exchange.
Oh, he hit that before he went down.
Yeah, he actually launched that last bullet out. Now he went down. Now the question is, do they make the push? He's out on an extension here. Primal, you know, going to have to extend pretty quickly if they want to get the res. Because Arrow, on the other hand, they've got the capabilities of getting this res early.
Yeah, Daz can just hop in the vehicle and make a move. It's lucky that he got that final headshot, because then Arrow needs to grab the res as well. But to be fair, they're also split like a kilometer apart as well. So it's going to force both teams to regroup.
Early possession been taken. I'll find a way that I can grab this and then screw off a little bit, mate. Do this. Cut this down a little bit more. Extend it out that way, and we should be able to do that quickly. Got a bit of a map stream. Okay, right. That's a bit scuffy, people. Bear with me. I'll get it sorted though for next round. I'll get it sorted. Anyway, zone is going to shift, so we have to show you. Does time as well. I'll put it down. Actually, leave the water quite early. We've had a lot of the recent maps, especially in the qualifications, actually hold on to that a lot of that water out in that west-hand side. So giving up the water quite early, that's not too bad. Obviously, teams going to have to, like Kitchen, have to maybe move in. I think they were hoping it might pull back their way, but Primal are looking in such a good spot right now.
Pretty central though, all in all. The radio tower that was given up by Primal after that little bit of a trade of knocks, now completely vacant. Slightly offset from the center of the zone, but it looks like a couple of teams are just sending it towards the dips, the west side of Gatka instead. Maybe not expecting the radio tower to be free at this point. Because why would you?
No, and again, I think this part of that pass for that west shift. We've got about... what, 4 minutes to go before we close down poll for game number 1. For those that have no idea what we're doing, we've got 500 G coin every single day to give away for those who can guess the winners of each round. It'll be tallied up. There is a leaderboard. Shots coming from the oars. We'll go through, but no connection shot. So if you are good at picking the teams that are going to win, obviously you want to get yourself exclamation mark vote in chat. Vote for game number 1 now and let us know who you think will be winning, and then we'll be keeping track. Leaderboard for today, leaderboard for tomorrow, and overall leaderboard for the 2 days. Who's going to take game
2
number 1?
days.
Saga? Come on.
I mean, that's a big thing. 2 days. Right now, I'm looking at Gaming Gladiators with a fat 2-2 split around Katka. They're looking pretty solid. There's a good chance that this will shift vaguely towards their direction, and that's a team that even if it doesn't, they're pretty confident of playing from the edge regardless. So I'd have to back them. And of course, just to prove Toffee's right, I had to also say the word Katka because he's right. I do enjoy cats. I am a cat enjoyer. Thanks for outing me, Steve.
Love it, love it. I want the rascal shirts for PAS. Make sure you get them ironed, get them sorted, because I need to see them at the weekend, mate. Zone, see shift this way down. I might go for Primal. I like their 2-2 split. I think it's going to pull back. You know, I'm a fan of Everest. It should continue to shift back that way, but we'll have to wait and see now. Teams are going to obviously tighten their way up. It's game number 1. It's best of 12, so still lots to go. No team has been lost just yet. A few more players here and there, but not too much.
Pretty slow pace. No one's being outrageously aggressive at this point because, you know, it's round of 16. You can't be. You can't get away with silly shenanigans.
Love it. God, tough. Can't get away with silly shenanigans right now, but you can with Saka in chat. Definitely. Not too much more. I can't see too much. Art's a little bit further out. He needs to lurk his way in. Hype Beast, we're looking at them at the moment. Cappy's looking towards Secure Sensen. They didn't quite qualify. Then there was DQ. Then they qualified. They actually really performed yesterday. So good to see them back on form. On more interesting. If you continue to watch the stream, listen to how they dissect game plan and zone. It's really interesting. Maybe one voice, not four, but hey ho, I'm not the pro they are.
I was a little worried about Arctics for a moment there. Scav was pushing his way out for the Hype Beast, considering making a push up the hill towards him maybe, but had a little bit of cover from the rest of the squad. The zone has gone all the way right over to those fields where Primal they backed away from the radio tower, but they've still got a very solid 2-2 split. And Arrow, with that trade of knocks that they got earlier on, secured themselves the chance to take the radio tower for themselves. So not too bad at all. A result for either team at the expense of maybe a helmet or two.
Yeah, you're taking expense. You're taking expense to get the zone at the end of it.
Just invoice it.
But yeah, invoice it into PUBG.
Uh-oh.
Again, Gladiators in that position of that 2-2 split. Danger though, they've got a 2 split on the top. They've also received a crash now on that south side. Has crashed away a bit. On the way, on radio tower, 180 yard though, under pressure as well. Arrow there, tweaking the pressure. The Primal, they were keen to take this area. And looks like they're getting the dubs. Never clear. There goes our first team, 180 yard down, 16th place for them. As the Arrow boys, I'm sure again, there's so much love for them in chat. They will be eager to ensure they control this area, and they're in a good position maybe for the next zone as well.
It was a bit risky though. Jacob was lurking off down towards the southwest, towards the swamp, doing his thing, so he had to come up late for the crash. But it was actually the long-distance third-partying shots from all the way on the west side of Everest, actually, that cleaned it up. But got the job done. Position secured. MP5 is enough when you get crashed up in that sort of close-range engagement. Sadly though, in Katka, Gaming Gladiators maybe not faring quite so well. As Sakura Zenzen have now made their entrance. Revive's coming through.
Do you remember that 2-2
GG,
split?
yeah, they get a chance to set up defensively.
It's
Nice.
huge. A huge 2-2 split for them. They've had to collapse. They've opted to secure this and take the fight from Gatka. Secure Sensen were down, but they were able to get back up. The gate, these are names not really as effective as everyone would want, but I think Gaming Gladiator's got the angle. Can Secure Sensen back a punch?
They're pretty surrounded. They've got one building that all of them are in. They're setting up a wall of smokes to try and take a little bit more of a foothold. GG are just spread so far around Gatka. Basically every angle is covered, but it does leave Dante a little bit isolated. If Marcelek can't pull that push forwards, and maybe if Fuzzface lands a hefty nade, takes the door off, Dante knows he's not safe to lurk around that spot any longer in case the second one comes in.
Huge. Head comes through. Hemas puts down. Second one though. GG down to 2 players. It goes back in there. Confirm. And we'll get that confirmed. Done. Shotgun. Oh, he picks it down. Heman's down. The advantage from the high ground not going to be in effect, but they've got to push forward now. They've got to take advantage of these 2 down.
Ah, the timing for Dante. Tries to drop a smoke on the stairs to make it difficult to push, but Marcelek's already on it. Dante, last man alive, and looks like Gaming Gladiators are not getting the dub. Unfortunate. Love when that happens.
Nothing wrong with that, mate.
Whereas Ensign, yeah, it's a good recovery, and somehow Levante hasn't seen them, or his mouse disconnected, or something. he just doesn't look over towards the roof. And he's in serious trouble now.
Not everyone listened to you when it came down to voting. Again, the 1 vote is closed. You obviously have another 5 vote to get involved. If you haven't already, exclamation mark vote in the chat, being a chance to win some G-Coin. Secure Sensen taking full advantage though. GG down numbers. Levante has backed himself. Still got the shotgun in hand. Numbers back up. Let's see if he can pack a punch at the end though. Might just go up. Over. Best is pretty tanked, but he's trying to be creative. He's trying to lose the players in the smokes out the other side. And Art though getting involved. That was the other compound Gaming Gladiators. Now the third party's coming in on the top. Gaming Gladiator are going to know exactly where they can, but if you're reading the kill feed, you're taking full advantage.
It's one of those scenarios where Sakura Zensen, you're probably better off just not pushing, but they're doing it anyway. Like, this ain't ranked. This is a qualifier. They need the points. Levante through the smoke sits down the flush from the knock that Arctic's got, and a second with the S12K as well.
Whoa, my
And
God.
now Sakura Zensen may be thinking maybe we shouldn't have pushed. Maybe a little bit better just leaving him out here to die in the blue zone.
He was kind of in there, wasn't he, just to get the res, and I can hear something. Someone's sharing the same room as me, and obviously for a couple more shots. Talk about shots. Well, Arrow, brain lag. No brain lag. He will die late coming over. Arrow is getting caught now. Brain lag now draw their attention back towards the east side. He then comes down, but big shots though come flying back.
He went a little too far from extends. He just needs to bounce it in front of the car, just like that one. But even that, did that one go too far? It did. Tickled its way underneath. Unfortunate.
Now, teams edging their way to get their way in, and it looks like Secure Central back out. They've left Gatkin now. They've left GG behind. Now they come into last day. Hopefully it's not going to be the last day for game number 1. Nade's going forward. There's not really many more hiding spots they've got there. Back towards the other side. Brain lag well. Store eager to try and take a fight with Winner Die. Punch battle either side. These teams ensured destruction. I was kind of waiting for Exalt to come and sweep by.
A little difficult to come up the hill and then back down again. Leosh was holding an anchoring position, but he's just spinning his way down the hill on the minimap, doing little 360s donuts on his way down, reversing now towards Presenti. Maybe there is an opportunity for Exalt. And there is. Artix finds a grenade onto X-Stands, and now they're scrambling. We've got to defend both sides.
They've cleared one. Primal not eager to push up, but very difficult for Primal, so I suppose Will die despite clearing that fight. They're now down to a 3. They've got to draw their attention back there. In the open train, Melman goes down by Art. He clears that fight. Last couple of shots, Will die now for 2. Secure Center's going to go 14th place soon to follow. Maybe Win or Die. Let's see if the dangerous duo can dig anything out here. Don't forget, Exalt have pushed up here. So the player in the compound. They still not have the full 3-man on top of Everest.
So he's a little bit stuck there. Fairy Tale going to fight their way through towards the dips west of Gatka, and it's actually Rustin Mar from distance. We'll sit down Vanoz, open the door, the Hype Beast to make a bit of a push forwards. Arrow still holding on to that close range angle. They hear the vehicles. He saw the grenades pulled in preparation. Am I going to land onto Heger?
Store there. They've got a position, but difficult position to hold. They've got a clear Arrow. Rolls the nades will quote straight to their feet. Got to be cautious though. BZ are going to sweep in from the south as well, and arguably they're not going to push straight towards Arrow. They're going to focus their attention across this team. The smokes will be too much of a draw. Nade goes in, won't get any connection at the moment, and Primal store ringing numbers into chat at the moment. But yet they're in the middle of the zone. No one's really contending. They're just picking up kills and skills everywhere else.
One of the benefits of having that 2-2 split gives you the option, wherever the zone goes, wherever you're feeling the pressure, just back away, regroup on the opposite side. To be confident to continue to hold a split like that. But in an open qualifier lobby, players of that caliber, makes sense that they'd be confident. Jacob, though, down as the vehicle explodes alongside him. And Fairy Tale might just be enough to put Arrow down, but Dimia through the edge of the smokes. Gonna make it a little bit more difficult.
Difficult now. Before they go down, Fairy Tale having to commit to a position as well. They went for the higher ground, the hard ground to take. BZ get drawn back. Talk about and if their shield will be there for much more longer if they can post this to pinpoint accuracy. Goes past, and there we go. Great knock goes down. Able to draw their attention. Maybe have a little bit of a breather. That was the final player from BZ that way.
All kicking off on the radio hill. March Hill. Push forward, can't get the better of April. 3 HP the difference, but an important difference all the same. April with what, his like 4th, 5th kill of the game now. You know, massive work on Fairy Tale when it comes to laying a claim in this position southwest of the zone. There's a lot of open fields ahead of them though. They've got to try and make use of it while they can. Samala committing to the push now to try and clean up Win or Die. Presenti ain't gonna last.
Go down, nice place for them. We're in the points now. So every additional team you take out, it's an additional point in the back of the bag. Placing points will now matter. It's game number 1, best of 12, don't forget, so it's not one and done for the day. Teams that might have struggled their way through qualifiers, we already mentioned how difficult they are, and a couple of them actually pulled out of the bag last qualifiers. They've got 2 days to do it, so everyone gets to a good start. A little bit of a spray here. Over the top, using the edge of blue. No, the zone does shift away, does shift back towards. Unfortunately, that Primal team were just sitting firm in the middle. Exalt looking to try and get their way, but this field, they've got to get this over with. 39 seconds left to go before they have to shift their way in.
Exalt just cleaning up Gaming Gladiators, who unfortunately could not defend their home turf against their big rivals in Sakura Zenzen, you know, kind of like Tottenham did in the Northland. Damn it, we weren't supposed to talk about it, sorry. But Exalt should be able to get back to 3. Primal, I mean, their compound is prime real estate on a zone like this. You can technically play up on a hill behind it, but it's going to force a fight between Samler and Exalt if they try to do so. Everyone else in the field is just a bit cooked. Duffy, that car's going to explode soon. He's got to hope he's far enough away from it to not go down with it, but he doesn't even make it that long.
He's been pretty consistent as well. Qualifiers. Give or take, always up there. Team fully contending. I feel like every event we see them at the moment is another stage they get to. They historically dropped out a bit early. They work their way through. They're at the 256, 128s, 64s, 32s. Now they're at the 16s. Can they get past the 16? Will they have enough control? The run they've had. It says they can pack a punch at this level. Let's see what they can do here.
He's hitting some pretty damn good shots. Oh, they all are. Those 5.5 DMRs. 750 damage for anybody, and he's the only one who doesn't have a kill on that squad. Yeah, Exalt's position. Yes, they can play above the compound, but while they're still high ground out in the fields, while they can see everyone else can see them. And unfortunately, for MUIQ, they're pushing directly into the position within grenade range, within mortar range. Ooh, 10 meters difference. That would have been them gone.
Just update audio. Lucky enough for us, we are on go delay. Hopefully that's a little bit better for you guys. Let us know. Apologies, it's all my fault because I wasn't ready. Oh my days! Bomolovo, what a shot! Disgusting. That was the last day, but not the last headshot. Hopefully he's going to be pulling out the bag. He might be the last player as well. So I'm like, you know, on the top side now, they're going to try and work in their way down. Difficult area to hold. They're going to have to maybe get a few smokes out. They've got 3 in the bag here, but with a knock, might be eager just to play peekaboo. Be long before he figures out he can get that flush. There might be an extra point on the board for the team. Only 3 at the moment. 16 now remain. Take that one. That's another one in the bag. No player will fall.
A little unfortunate for Ombre. Might have had an opportunity to do a little more if it weren't for the fact that he was still knocked. Gave the information over. Artix, he's giving his teammates a heads up. So it will force Ombre to turn back. The zone shifts back towards where the rest of Samler are lurking on the northwest, though, so best for him to turn back and defend that position. Primal finally have to leave their buildings, but they still have that enormous ridge to try and work with. Not looking good for Bombilova all the way down on the south. Even with that AWM in hand, he's got a trench ahead of him that he could maybe shuffle his way along, but he's got to get through anybody's with a P90 and fresh 3 gear. But if there was any gun to try and make it work, WM's not a bad choice. 1 headshot, and his way might just be cleared.
He said trench. A dried up ravine, maybe, but you might be lucky. Headshots looking good. Fairy Tale, another team very consistent when it comes down to the group stages, so 8 kills on the back. 6 teams still remain as the zone does slightly shift away here. As I suppose first time we're going to see Primal actually make a move for the zone. First time they're going to be shaken up to make a move. Yes, for a top 5. Logic is surely trying to hold out the team above here. Fairy Tale on a 1. Samler got some numbers. Primal got some numbers. Exalt down to a duo. So it's dangerous. Not many remain really in these end sections.
And a little bit of quiet before it all kicks off. We're going to have to try and make a move up towards where they know that Ombre is lurking. The other alternative is to come down over the hill directly into Primal. That's not an enticing option either, but they can hear Ombre taking shots, and they see him getting the knocks in the kill feed. They know he's occupied, but the cover is there. Neeks with the SLR player with the SKS, which is just like a way worse gun, Toby, but still good enough to sit down. Fate, Sloy Jacket lurking nearby. Ombre didn't spot him out on the edge. He did this time.
Great shots.
Exalt removed.
Keeping Primal alive, give or take, because without the team further down, arguments say Exalt might have just been a bit more punishing towards Primal, but keeping their heads down, allowing Samler to go so that do their work. We now get to our top 4. Primal with a 4, SLR with a 3, Yuk with a 2, and Fairy Tale sitting with a solo. now it's down to, unfortunately, the only one person needs to get into zone, and that person is going to be taking a short visit out. They will now fall, and that's very tough. 4th place for them. And 3 teams now remain.
I think there is one particular team that certainly has the numbers advantage coming into this, but the position of Ombre could be crucial, but you just can't really do too much to activate while MUIQ are still lurking around there. He's relying on his teammates to provide the cover for when the push does come up over the top, which Primal are thinking about it, but took a lot of damage to try and do so. They really need to get rid of this squad that's just lurking over there, and Ombre's running out of bullets to try and do it.
A little clash here, to be fair. I do feel for Samla because the duo, it's going to be really impactful for them. Primal have this little ridge they can play into, or this little section. They've got cars, and mostly got the util store to survive out. Ombre, he's the one that's got to be creative, but as we can see, there's only so far he can go up before he gets exposed, and when he gets exposed, it becomes a weakness for the team, becomes the weakest chink in the armor. Maybe he can pack a punch, as both Primal and Ombre seem to be dealing damage to the dangerous duo.
It's so weird how MUIQ just proning behind cover and not peeking is stopping both teams from doing anything.
Yeah.
Just the threat of them getting terrible timing where they try to commit to making a push. So they both just have to wait for the blue zone to finally force MUIQ out, and when it does, Drogas is there with a headshot lined up. And now Primal can start getting a little bit more active. Rustamar only with 7 shots left in the MK12, but
Make that 4.
see that 4.
40. He's only got 40. He's in rags. I kind of like what Samla have done. They instantly saw the duo go down, and they move straight away. Straight in the cars, get position, move a little bit further. Not allowing Primal to go. There goes a knock. And unfortunately for Novi, he's right in a danger spot. He's not going to be resible, I don't think. Daz ain't going to come back. He can't risk it. And unfortunately, Rustamar hasn't got the ammo. I think it actually might be going in the way of Samla. That's a good Ombre gets known. Jogs goes down. It's a 2 versus 3. It goes back the other way.
He has 7 bullets in the MK. He got a knock.
What?
Switches over to the M4.
What?
Gets a second. Sam will have an opportunity.
Way.
Neat. They catch the off angle. It's Rust and Mar. 15 bullets
ammo.
left.
Give him ammo. It's 1 versus 1.
No frags. No mollies. No blue zones. Smokes, flashes. And a barrel. Oh, he almost gets it down. No, he almost steals away the flush. At least denies the revive, but Rustamar still got a nade.
Great
that could
nade.
be huge.
Oh, he's heard it. He's backed away. That could have been a huge nade. 1-on-1. Going to try and now get the res. Rustamar now needs to try and make the push, but Ombre's there. He's DBNO, right? But he's going to be able to hear. There goes a flash. Looks like the nades are going to go over top. He's going to force him to take the fight. He plays people on the top. He swings. He doesn't quite score. Samla, we bag in game number 1. Primal were in 2nd spot, but that was a decent first game. And no surprise, actually, for a few of these teams. But Samla, obviously,
Yeah, down to a 1v1. Had the ridge to work with. Repositioned well. Got away from the nades. Dodged out of the blue zone nades. And heck, that's a huge win. Primal looking like they had a very solid position for a long time in that game, the 2-2 split, but it was the side of the 2-2 split that they gave up, that Samla backfilled into. They win the game from there. Nicely done.
Yeah, again. Yeah, like, what a throw. Primal are just here at the moment. They seem to get themselves in the top position most games at the moment. And again, for those that haven't got any spare time now, make sure you give Kowo a follow. He has been in chat. Thanks very much to him. Obviously, Command Center was able to keep an eye on the team. So big shout, mate. Honestly, much love. I don't know how you do it personally, keep an eye on all their screams. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, obviously it'll be game number 2. It'll be their second wrangle. And don't forget, you can do !vote. And I will put the vote up on as you guys keep it live. If you those that are new, you're voting your way for 500 G-Coin each day, plus another 500 for the overall. So 1,500 G-Coin should be coming up. Game should be back about 5 minutes. See you guys in a few.
Yeah, with me, Mark, and Devin.
Here we go. It's map number 2. Let me close that down. We can have a quick look after. About 15 minutes. We'll close down game number 2 as well. So obviously, if you haven't voted already, you can do exclamation mark vote. That will give you a vote. Just vote for the team you think is going to win. Keeping track of the leaderboard, and we'll update you as we go. Map though, obviously number 2 is Wrangle. Flight path is a southwest towards an east. Not great though.
Pretty good for military teams. You're going to be looking to profit quite bigly off a flight path like this. If you're like a Severny or maybe a North George enjoyer, yeah, you're looking for alt drops. But surprisingly, only one team actually committing to Military Island so far. Probably means to say we're going to be seeing some sheggery around bridges, maybe for boats, or maybe even for boat yards, as Arrow is already looking to do the business onto business.
It's just with this flight path, you're going to force a lot of early engagement. You're going to force these fighting. I am working on the map stream, guys. Just bear with me. Obviously, I had to get the wonderful laptop out and ready to go. And obviously, now I've got the laptop ready to go. It means I can ensure we can get that map stream booted up live. So I'll get it as quick as I can. I do have the map stream, and I'll be able to share it.
Fellas, we've done this. We had like a whole year of hot dropping on J Compound. We don't need it anymore. Leosh rocked up late. At work, gets a shotgun. I won't call it a brain-like moment for Leosh because that would just be rude. But it was unnecessary. An unnecessary loss. Let's call it that.
Well, let's take the car off they go. I think there's more of an extension out, isn't it? Zone has appeared, so let's quickly show you guys. What I can. There you go. Obviously, zone middle of the flight path, though. A little bit of military remains. Does hold up towards Potato Hill, and teams have spread out.
How many people voted for Win or Die, just out of curiosity?
On game number 1, you asked me a lot of stuff, though.
Game number 2.
Game number 2, we can have a quick look now. 2.
Only
so
2.
Far. Only the 2 so
I
far.
don't imagine that will go up after what we've just witnessed. It's not going to be a military island zone unless we get seriously bodied. MUIQ, it's one of those where back-to-back southern hard shifts, it could be worth sticking around on the island to play for, but it's most likely not worth it. So maybe they'll stick around until the end of phase 1, but probably not much longer than that. But if it does, in the unlikely event that this does go far to the south, oh boy, we're going to have a busy phase 3 and then a very, very slow phases after that until about phase 8.
Love it.
Let's hope
that one other person just backed up for a win or die. So love it. 2 to 3. Let's go, people.
Nice.
Security Center, normal drop spot for them. They take Pachinki. They are in zone. No much of a rush, though, to get out there. Aren't they a little bit further across towards shelter? It's not been a bad hold as they can move up from military. We haven't got phase yet in. They will join, obviously, the invited stage. And Mailman, they've had a little bit of shenanigans already. They might just need to get rid of the fencing. That is now stopping their option to loot Rozak.
Had a cat scream at me to come in the room, looked out the window for 2 minutes, and then screamed at me to get out. Such is life when you live in Kapka. Not much really going on apart from one very early instance of sheggery. BL getting the beneficiary of being the first team to grab a point, and Pennywise is already starting to make a move nice and early towards the dirt road. I don't think that's supposed to be paused, but never mind.
No, it's not. I'm just trying to catch it up. The links are not synced up 100%.
Yeah, so. Yeah. I already paused my map stream for like 5 seconds, and now it's still slightly ahead. Such is life. But that's the benefit of having a YouTube map stream, because you can just pause it yourself and sync it manually. So praise be that we get those every now and then. Last day, starting to make a bit of a move in towards west side of shelter. Solid position, good chance of getting a zone shift. And, well, it's technically not the last day. We've still got tomorrow as well. But this is definitely a team to be keeping an eye out for a big performance today and tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the one big difference, though, from today, isn't it? Is that we've got the double, best of 6 each day. So it is a best of 12, though, overall for the round of 16. Obviously, before we then move our way on towards the next stage. Only one game done. Top 8 will be taken forward, where we bring 11 invited teams to 24 group stage. kicking things off. And I'm bringing 5, obviously, from the MIA region as well, round of 16. So that's where you get your total numbers from. So close to getting OBS done, by the way. Now I just need to remember my password.
Well, Bombay Lover sits down Sloy Jacket. It's a bit of a move further than maybe expected for last day, and it will be Sloy Jacket's last involvement in this game. Mogor, though, does at least have the trade onto Bombay Lover, but he's got a rock to hide behind. Fate runs out of bullets on the ace, so just slaps Quizzy down from close range with the SLR. And there's Pennywise. He made an early move for Brain Lag towards this position, and he might just find himself in the perfect position for some third-partying shots, or just get killed off as last make their exit. No, they're going to go the opposite way, except the fact that they've lost 2 and Exalt. Yes, they do lose 1, but they come away the victors of this fight.
He's got to keep those numbers, haven't they? Lost 1 early last time that push. They were down to a 3. Now, don't get me wrong, as a 3, they sort of packed a good amount of points on the board. And then they got caught kind of on that high ground. Sloy is down, so it should be another kill confirmed here. Another was a big number for the guys on that last game. Maybe tabbed out. It's like Pennywise from Brain Lag. Just having a little look over the hill, but no connections yet. As most of these teams now move their way in. 4 players down, so down to 60 players, but still 16 teams remain.
Primal's still taking their sweet time, still all the way over in Primorsk and Quarry, yet to even consider making a move towards the zone. And they were one of the first to hop out of the plane as well, so they're going to be extra looted coming in, maybe anticipating playing late, maybe even going to hover near the bridge just in case we do see that southern hard shift, which MUIQ seems to be perhaps setting up for. They've got a very wide spread kind of across both bridges on the military island, but they have full control of the entire landmass, so why not? Everyone else still scrapping for positions. No way. Lands a couple of tags with the mini. ADR have to duck down into a bit of a ridge to get out of the line of fire.
Fire. It's not a massive different culture shock now as well, where these single shots coming out of compounds, whereas teams kind of avoided before. Be too surprised that teams just don't want this position. They are going to crash for it. Now, not too much, Harry. eBay doing the same. He's a little bit more closer to his team, arguably, as they are on that south side of Potato Hill, but they're expecting the zone shifting back down to the south.
I feel like breaching compounds has just gotten like scarier and scarier over the years as more stuff's got added. It's like you never know if you're breaching into like shotguns. A guy could just have a DBS now. It doesn't need to get an airdrop crate. That could just be on the ground. There could be a gas can trap. The whole floor could just be lit up. Blue zone nades, or even a Panzerfaust. So one guy could quite easily wipe your squad in comparison to previous years where it all had to come down to gunplay. So it makes sense that people, especially where the stakes are high like this, where you need to be in the top 8 to even qualify with a chance of making it anywhere, then it makes sense that people would be hesitant. No one's quite in desperation zone on match 2 just yet, but maybe in a day or 2. You might see it. Artix needs to dip out of there quickly, though. Separated from the rest of Exalt. I'm going to try and run him down. He gets out of dodge quickly, though.
Let's go out of dodge pretty quick. Let's try and do this one. At least I'm looking for a more of a niche shift for them at the moment, but quite connecting to the car will fully slam in. A dodgy park in there, but cars arguably will be safe. This next zone shift to sort of happen. We're going to get another one kitchen. We get a quick kill confirmed as well. And out, they hit the double blues just outside of Roswick. So Exalt leaving that area, moving across towards farm, kind of allowed other teams now sort of backfill, so to speak. It's a position I want to take. Arguably, it might play back this way, so it's not a bad position.
Won't have long to wait to find out. And yeah, made them move out of Milta, punished a bit of a over wide split. VZ, they're down just towards the south side of Shelter, up towards the lumber yard south of Prison, playing very much on the high ground, but not really able to provide any sort of supporting fire or even scouting to see the team coming out of Milta. Primal have now made their move in, Gaming Gladiators holding wide over on the west, and MUIQ have started to encroach onto the main northern landmass territory, but still holding the bridges and holding a little bit of presence, just in case anyone tries to sneak over quickly on boats. We'll see whether or not it pays off. Not particularly. Kind of straight down the center. So Pori's going to have to fall back, and Hager is actually most likely going back over the military island. They're going to have to go quick, because Kitchen running straight down the middle of their other two players, and then four-way split.
Yeah, there's that zone shift. As I try to remember my password. Doesn't always happen. Despite, you know a password, like, this is still a password. Right now. Anyway, zone shifting back down. A lot of teams have to go on that rotation now. That's going to be painful. Scav, shots are coming over, but they're under pressure as well from Team Exalt, who are already here.
Is it Big Mark No Lid? Exclamation mark.
maybe. But even though I've reset, it's still not letting me in. I'm on it, guys. I'll get in 2 seconds. I'm in.
Exalt is just getting bullied here by Hype Beast. They've been chasing them for like 4 minutes straight. Kind of makes sense with the zone shifts that they're getting, but they've done enough to force them out. They claim the entirety of farm for themselves without managing to get the kill itself onto Exalt. They would have liked to have it, but all in all, they get the position. They'll be content with that for now. Exalt managing to keep 3 alive and fall back to another defensible position. They're running out of options. There's nowhere else they can go if they get chased out of this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. I always worry when you sort of position yourself down, especially in the sort of south side as well. Actually, teams sort of backfilling, or if it shifts very heavy towards the north. Exalt, they're praying now, aren't they? They're praying it's going to hit into farm, but we see that west shift. It's going to be difficult for them now to go. BZ obviously down a player as well. That's the same. So we're caught in that sort of snake road, that early engagement. So a lot of teams already bleeding numbers, but still a lot of good splits, good holds. Get ready for this zone now to shift up. It's going to be more of a who can react fast.
It's going north eventually. It's just whether it goes north on phase 3 or phase 4. If you're one of the teams playing towards the east or western side of the zone, you're hoping for the latter. Or a more sort of horizontal hard shift this time and then shift away from the water next. But I don't know if the odds are in their favor of that. Samler coming in on the high ground once again. Did a pretty solid job. Ombre in particular. Solo holding in game number 1 as the off angle up on the high ground, kind of keeping tabs on just about everything that was happening in front of him while the rest of the squad was providing covering fire in a similar position where he might be able to do something like that in this game should the zone allow for it.
Yeah, apologies. Open a map sometimes. Yes, I will, but I'm just trying to set the laptop up to give you a map stream as well. So I'm just going in 2 places at the moment, so apologies. Apply settings, add the link, and we should be good to go. That should go live in a second. So just about waiting to shift, about 26 seconds to go. Most teams are pretty much settled here. I can't see too much more early engagement now, but it's going to be down to this shift, this move. Wait to see, but it'll be a question for these rest of these teams to actually how do they stack up and if they're ready to make the move when the zone does connect.
Everyone currently has their little pocket of space that they control, that they own. And now a lot of that has just been thrown out of the window as we have gone not all the way to the north, but certainly more central towards the north. Most of the water already been removed. And for those teams that were hoping for the east or western hard shift, they're going to be going wanting. Kitchen on the move again early, might be looking for some sort of opportunity to find somewhere to breach. I like that from Business, dropping the emergency parachute just to deny other teams from being able to use one. And Kitchen, full send, straight line of fins. Going right down the middle. Where towards? Brainlag has already taken that position. Try and find like an underground bunker somewhere, or just go straight in for a fight. Looks like it might be the latter.
I have to go straight in. It's a full commit, isn't it? Is this though? I've got one knocked. Now go for second. Does get the second as well. I think these kills, they need to get them quickly confirmed, or a lot of them are going to be stolen away from them. Just a line of sight, even secure sensing causing damage as well. Let's try and get it confirmed. There's the first point on for the business. Doing the business on the defense, but went to wall-mate prizes. You can defend as much as you can, but I'm ensure you get something out of this.
Oof. And you could do without that as well. That third partying knock from Master like as Rinalock tries to push out a little bit aggressively. Again, Hype Beast just running it down in towards Exalt. They do manage to pick up the kills with a little bit of assistance from Arrow's third party, but now they've put a bit of a target on their own back. And Mark is saying, oh, there is another team here, and the Hype Beast is not a team that's scared of committing to fights.
Yep. not committing to fights here. Zone shift going down. I love the fact they denied as well with the E pickup as well, stopping the teams getting that quick wrap in. Kitchen, see down one. Squeaky's going to have to try and lay low. Ace, a lot more teams, a lot more players using the ace now. I do think it is a gun not to be messed with. We've come across it a few times in ranked while playing recently. And definitely more watching the PAS stuff. Like a lot of teams NA side are rocking the ace at the moment. So if someone comes through that door, they're going to be faced with a face for the 7.62 pretty quickly.
Do like to see a little bit of a meta shift in terms of the weapons. It's been, won't call it stale, but it's been consistent at least ever since the introduction of the AUG as a world spawn. So seeing a little bit of love for some alternatives is nice to see. Squeaky though is yeah, he's kind of doomed. He's maybe just hoping that people will forget about him for now. Business can't really commit to making that push. They tried to get into a position to punish and immediately got third partied. They had 2 of their knocks stolen away, so they know that there's angles from all around. So he's going to hope to survive, but he's got a long way to go before he gets any placement points. Only 1 team fully eliminated now. It's Exalt. It went down at the hands of Hype Beasts on their 3rd or maybe 4th attempt at taking out Exalt. They eventually got it done.
That's done. Talk about getting things done. That seems to be the map stream. I think it's up. I'm just double checking now on my side, so bear with me, guys. I think it is up. It should be Elite Esports EU map. Is it up? It is up. Perfect. Right, let's pin that in chat. And there we go. All you map stream guys, kadoosh! It's up. Right, I'm back on it. It's not going to be unmanaged, so just bear with it. Let's go back towards the action, though. Zone shift again, back towards that sort of northwest side. Potato Hill, though. I'll still hold on. Will Die yet again find himself in a high ground, but back towards the other side. Arrow, well, get the knocks down. Down to a 2. On 2 kills, Jacob's got 1 as well. Nadar coming in. It's going to be defense, though, but needs to be get down pretty quickly. As Hypebeast looking to try and clear it. They got on DBNO themselves. They've got one of the resis back in, but look at this backfill as well. Third party action. Is this a deny for points? Teams eager to get a few more on the board.
Well-placed blue zone nade. The AUG that gets the job done. Now MUIQ committing. I mean, sometimes when you're in a terrible position, the zone keeps shifting away from you. It's just the best thing to do is just let's play for points, play for kills. Not really going to bother going for the win because it's just too unlikely. See a chance to grab a couple in front of them. Jacob will provide the first. Again, looking for a push to try and grab the second, but that smoke suspiciously creeping its way down the stairs gives him pause for thought before he fully commits. Grab the revive onto Surfy, and then try and approach from a different angle.
Yeah, matchroom is not 100% clear. I'll work out. That's a sneaky place.
Oh dear.
Horo came in. He was like, who's that? Has to run his way back now down to a 2. He has to try and get a med on. Arrow did try to get the confirm as well. Back on the other side. Oh no, he's been caught by the money. No! Great defense. Arrow. Pinpoint out. He's looking to get involved as well. Open the door, Doffy's. They're going to know you're here. There's door open the other ways, and Doffy, well, he answers instantly with a flash. There's one down and out now. As Hypebeast up to 3 kills.
A lot of chaos. The blue zone coming in as well. Audio cues are difficult to hear. So Duffy was not standing still. He was... Oh, does that give him away? Will they hear the jammer pack peeping? Is that something that happens? Oh, Poro. It's crazy that Poro got away with peeking that door the entire wrong way. Got himself a chance. Grab a first aid as Cappy around the side. There's one down. Poro just over the top of him, but the trade is quickly there. So is the trade from Duffy, though. As Xenox would say, mutually assured destruction, but that's what happens when you say the zone has forsaken us. Let's just play for kills. Looks like Hypebeast might be coming off the better in terms of getting them. Only 1 on the board so far for MUIQ.
Only 1 so far, but you take it. Zone's not too far away. Scav's already repositioned. You can see him a little bit further back there. Ooh, as I sort that one out, does mean I can do this now as well. There goes that zone shift as well. Does now start to come off. 180 are leaving the trenches here. MUIQ obviously on the backfield. They're going to go. It's not going to be much longer left as the zone is chunking. Hypebeast need to get themselves in now. Obviously, with a phase 5, we know it chunks quite a bit. So I think Scav will now hold. Hypebeast might go out as a solo. So everyone will be looking down. Secure sensing. Well, they find themselves in the middle. As I suppose brain lag with a 2-2 split. It's quite aggressive 2-2 split as well, because Samla after a piece of time won't be able to see him.
Yeah. I think Marsalek must probably be having the worst time of his life right now as well, just not being legally allowed to just run at anyone. He just has to stay inside a building. He can't stand it, I'm sure. That's a good shot though from Borizi. SLR headshot on the moving Salek through the open field. Nowhere for him to go. Got left behind as the rest of the squad hopped in the vehicle and made a send, but even to the whatever little cover they can find, it's not in the zone. Squeaky still is though. Only 3 more teams left to go. He gets a placement point. He's been lurking here for a solid 5 minutes.
Take it.
More left to go.
You'll take it though. He's still in zone as well. You got to think as well, business is going to focus outward now. They're going to focus on pushes from the south, coming from the west, especially now that a lot of that train has now gone. Obviously, Winnow Die in a good spot. I love where Presenti's positioned as well. He's kind of trying to stop Gaming Gladiators wrapping around. They're on that bowl, Melman, and extends. So, just see what Primal do. Primal logically should push into the compound. And this is this crazy like 2-2 split. It's going to be very, very soon where Samla and potentially 100 ADR come a little bit more towards their west. They're going to expose those two there, so hopefully you might have those foldable shields to deploy.
Quite sure how that one's happened. Easy were gonna make a move. He ran himself over and Marsalek steals away the 3 point. Hypebeast still on the move. Looking to try and find whatever fight they can take. Scav might just walk straight into the grenade, but doesn't. Through. Holds the angle through the doorway. Gets him down. The rest of Brain Lag are actually on the way back up from the dirt road low ground to come and provide any support that may be necessary, as Pennywise has been taken down. Maybe thinking that Samlo might commit to try and making a push as well, but doesn't seem to be the case. Win or die now. A chance to try and get some damage into the Gaming Gladiators as grenades fly in from the blue zone.
They come flying in, and unfortunately flying out some of them. Guys going out. Primal going down and out, part of the zone. Business have to do the business now. Defend the south. Squeaky still alive. That zone shift is going to go further afield for these teams. This is going to go back towards Brain Lag. Secure Sensor still remain in as well. And Samla, there's no need for them to really come off that high ground, that high position. They're going to have to try and focus in. 100 ADR, very, very difficult now for them to try and work their way down from this high ground.
Yeah, Dez is not having a great time. Have to just commit to trying to make some heals and then dash forwards. He has got a placement point, maybe unbeknownst to him at this current moment. He might have just spotted out Motic as well. The body here, he can grab a few more.
No, dumb.
That's a risky place to heal, and surely Motic sees him. He has. He's gone down. Squeaky successfully secures the singular placement point. Maybe even a second if he can last just a little bit longer. The push is now coming through.
Is coming through. Trying to figure out. I work 101 things. 101 things knocking themselves out. Let me do this so I can keep an eye on where exactly you are as well. Guys got to try and rotate their way down. This is the danger spot now. 100 yards said they've got to commit down. So they're making the right call. Secure Sensor, though the trees will be blocked slightly. It's a full commit now. That's going to be going down towards our Samla. How much more damage can they do? Can they find a position? Nades come out. It looks like 180 yard can.
Well, that kill feed just went off. Squeaky died somewhere in the middle of all of that. No one else has been flushed now until Akeem of ADR as they try to wrap their way around the north in towards Samlo, and it's Marsalek again, who, as much as he might be not loving the fact that he can't just be sprinting around the place like a madman, he's getting a lot of work done.
He is. Let's see now. See if we can get more done. Gaming Gladiators on the other hand, though, so they were trying to fight for that ridge with Win or Die. And conquered and Win or Die down. Secure Sensing looking to try and fight their way out now. Try and get rid of Gaming Gladiator. Not in zone. Looking at the business, but I don't even know if they've got an idea that they've even got Secure Sensors sneaking up behind them.
Finally made a move out of the compound. No, Marsalek can't be held back for long. In with support, though, so he has gone down. Elmo trades him quickly. MG3 as well. It's like a solid 70 bullets fired in the direction of Rox and Dante, and it's enough to clear them out. They get back into the compound quickly, too, as business are starting to make a move in this direction. A couple of nades have been tossed out, so Skurazen's a no. And there is pressure still to come from the south, but they're not going to succumb to it. Going to fall back, grab the revives, and whenever business do make their move, they'll be prepared. If they even get the chance.
Good play from them. As denied that west approach, they've denied that danger that Gaming Gladiators could have produced. Hit and run. So they've gone themselves back towards the compound now. Final 4 teams now remain. They've got 1 DB now, but still 4. Screw Sensor with 4 as well. Business down to a 2. Samla down to a 2 as well. As, I think the duos have just as much to prove in this zone. And they might even be able to sneak their way out. The business might be able to sneak underneath Secure Sensor now, as they need to figure out which way to go. I think Fuzzface in a better position for me. Move up towards him and try and work your way down that valley. It's going to be a difficult fight. They should have the util. They've not really had that many teams content.
Oh boy. No more playing the high ground for Samla this time. Just straight send it into the compound, and they were running out of time. The blue zone was going to force their hand regardless, but the play does not go anywhere close to as well as it did in the previous game, but unfortunate position. There's a 2-man as well. Elmo, once again,
Okay,
running
Mika.
low. I mean, he's still got the MG3. He's got a lot of bullets. He fires very fast, but can't put the 8x scope on towards it. He's only got 7 shots left, but we've seen that before.
Free. Reload. A little bit of a clip. Let's see what he can bang. A punch for that. Secure Sentinel are taking the fight to everyone else. He's still hitting those shots now. Mika, aka Elmo, takes off the lid. And the business might be in danger. He needs to get closer now as that mini's completely out. Has he got enough bullets? I think he has. The fire rate is so fast. He could easily chew through this mag pretty quick.
Might not even need to. Marsalek sprinting, grenade in hand. Not a care in the world.
Default behaviour. Default behaviour. Definitely goes out.
Able to get it around the rock. But that'll do it. That works. 6 kills for Marsalek. 11 on the board for Sakura Zenson. They've got full zone control. Yeah, well, it's going to be difficult for them to peek up over the top. The only solid thing that they have going in their favor is the fact that Mika playing Anchor has no bullets left for his mini. So he's anchoring with a red dot MG3. Sketchy, but tough.
You kind of expect him maybe to sort of play up now and try and get any of the scraps that were left from Marsalek's running forward. Brainlag do have the height advantage from the building. They've got the height advantage, but at the moment they go to that ridge socket, it's going to be painful for them, as it's all heads in that MG. That could be dangerous. You have picked Secure Sentinel as a win. I think you'd be in a happy spot here. You are voting for them, but Brainlag might be down a body. They might be out of position. I think they just maybe stack up and go one way.
Need to try and make some of these nades land. They've still got a few nades left, but they don't have smokes. That's kind of a big problem. Oh, and Retwork gets caught out. Trying to toss one up over the top. He-Man gets a little bit active. He got spotted on the rock. Repositioned around the smoke that he'd used. Finds an opportunity. Oh, Fuzzface as well. Big knock onto Arrow. And Aman, all by himself. Last man standing. And Sakura Zenzen don't need to be asked twice.
Nope. GG. Chicken dinner. 14 kills, 24-point game. Can't argue with that. Now we've got Rick. Devlin's now gone. Secure Sentinel bagging himself to win. Pretty much centralised compounds. Not too much of a danger. That shift back to the west didn't really affect him too much. But I actually kind of really like what they've done. So they played themselves across to the west. They stopped Gaming Gladiators coming in. Once that was clear, then they can go to work. And even with Mika having a handful of bullets in his back pocket, arguably they still went to work and bagged themselves a win.
Yeah, it's sometimes a very boring thing to do, just to sit in a compound in the middle and third party everything. And I can understand if you are a player that wants to run out and get aggressive in the way that Marsalek so often does, that you can be a little bit antsy, but it's all about controlling your aggression and getting the timing right when it's safe to do so. And this time, Sakura Zenzen did that perfectly. Waited until there was no more threats, pushed out to the south, cleared that option, cleared their entire western side of the zone. They can play the entire ridge. Kind of wraps from that point on.
Yeah, game, set, and match. Let's take a quick break though. When we come back, we should be, give or take, most things sorted. Map stream up separately. Elite Esports EU map is tagged. You can watch the map stream separately. I think I've stopped the fuzziness there. That's all good. There's no comms on that either, so it's just a plain map stream. You've got us here. Don't forget as well, you can vote, !vote, and that will be able to take you to the voting system. You just need to pick who you think is going to win the match. The votes will close about 15-20 minutes after the game has started as well, so if you're going to be hyper competitive, you can wait till the last minute before that does close. If you are the top of the leaderboard after day number 1, you will get 500 G coins, and again, we will reset the leaderboard though technically for day number 2, but we will keep track of an overall leaderboard over the best of 12. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. It's going to be time to take go.
Hear my voice speak through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest bottom line, blinding from a distance. No more resistance. So I speak up. I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we part. I just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and in the one day I miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, soon made three. Doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at working next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. She told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The world's part of heaven, we'll be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't.
Let's go. It's time to take all. Good flyby, actually. A southeast out towards a northwest through the heart and soul of these green, wonderful high hills. Over at Palace, will there be any hot contention? Tago, it's been really the unpredictable map for me, Sago. It's been one that's either really quiet, early game, or like hyper aggressive. Actually, more aggressive than what I found with Rondo.
Interesting. Really? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Rondo, I'd say Rondo is hyper aggressive in specific areas. Like there's always the hot drops for like Neox Factory. Kind of nowhere else, just Neox Factory. But there's like 9 teams that always drop there. Everywhere else is pretty chill, pretty relaxed. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I see where you get that from. I don't know. It's different. Again, when you're coming through open qualifiers, half the lobby at least is different every time that you're coming in on a new day of game. So this is the first time that this specific set of teams have competed against one another in this sort of competitive setting. And it's extremely difficult to go through and properly do your research on your opposition, if the teams even bother doing that at the open quals, or whether they just rely on their own individual game sense and plans and skills. And sometimes copying big hefty zone feeds as well, which this one is going to make a little bit difficult because the zone is split once again kind of directly in half by that classic Tago River. Could go either to the north end just west of Palace, or it could go south end somewhere near the swamp, or even go hard to the west towards Hapo. There's only really 2 crossing points that are going to be remaining in the zone by the time that we see a phase 2 shift that really decides which side this is going to. So difficult for a few teams. Maybe expect to see a couple of emergency parachutes timed for the phase 2 pop. Where the zone goes before people really commit.
So there's a lot of brain lag champions. We'll get voting for brain lag. Everyone seems to be voting for Secure Ascension at the moment, as they're leading the chart. I've got a leaderboard. The dev team are going to put the leaderboard together for me as well, so I had to bring it on stream to see who is actually winning when it comes down to guessing right so far. Obviously, it's worth noting as well, this is not the updated one. So we've got studio, not that hospital as well, and no new bridge on the top. So no one going for a crazy wrap round towards that north side, the shipyard, and then wrapping their way back. Not bad circle. Wouldn't argue too much with this one.
Do us a favor, send Gaxi a DM, tell him to press the full stop key on his number pad. Just get rid of that circle in the middle.
I really don't
I know
mate.
that that's a pet peeve of yours, so...
Oh, it's mine as well.
Get that gone. Bombilova's found himself a shack, which is like 3 minutes has to be probably a record for a non-Turkish team to be playing out of a shack. But realistically, he's just scouting forwards, and it makes a lot of sense. This compound is nuts, practically unbreachable, because where are you going to come from? Like, look at that area around it. Where can you come from to breach this position where you're not just going to get peppered on the way in? So finding that early, finding that for free, huge. If they count the zone feed, I don't know. If phase 2 goes slightly southeast, last day might be a good vote if you're still holding on to it.
Wait and see. They are going to cruise on by now. Right, just on the top side. Our teams obviously are on that rotation path in. They will now try and find themselves a secure location. This is what I mean. Like, so with Tego, for me, it's either goes explosive quite early and like teams get caught. I think it's down to timing. Just not quite got the timing correct on those rotations. Or maybe, as you said, maybe these teams just haven't been doing their hard yards and learning the rotation speeds and timing these teams commit to.
The one place that I always see fights is that Yongchon Bridge, where we saw a very unfortunate Panzerfaust against VP in recent international events, which we won't harbor on that thought for too long. But that zone is not involved. We do have the broken bridge where Sloy Jacket is lurking on the edge. He's counted a couple of vehicles crossed over for BZ. Almost sits down Salik. One more bullet would have done it. There's still one more car left to come over. Kitchen is now putting pressure on towards final vehicle as well. Wabuki's in trouble. Caught down by April and completely surrounded by Fairy Tale, but actually Zubila on the opposite side, who's now isolated from the rest of his squad, but it doesn't matter when April's catching out the angle. Anybody's there. Finish off Jebs as well. Fairy Tale continuing their dominant run.
They are getting consistent. Not one of the top tier teams, maybe not one of the ones that are always at the top, but consistent is all you need sometimes with PUBG, so seem to be getting their way through. And do you know what as well? They're a team that I would say Miramar was, I would say, historically their favourite map. They would always put a really good result on Miramar, but it's really good to see the first 2 games in a wrangle. They've put a good showing in as well, so it seems like they've been working on getting that balance, getting that equilibrium set right. What they can do with Rondo and Tego, well, we'll have to wait and see, but Bombilovo opting to go for the more stealthy approach in now as he bikes his way to the top of the mountain.
Sneaky boy. And if he plays his cards right, might get a freebie. Is Scav. Oh, almost. If he peeked up over that hill, he might have been in trouble. Bombilova just holding back. It's one of those where I've seen people in the Twitch chat talking about how it's funny how us English-speaking casters pronounce his username. Apparently, it's not Bombilovo. It's like Bombilova, something like that.
Nah,
in the Russian pronunciation, but it's way more Mark Power to say Bombilovo.
All right, mate.
Bombilovo's got no lid. You know what I mean?
All the people at Hot Drops go, you don't sound like this on the stream. That's because I had a few beers in me at that point, people. When does PEC start? It's already started. We are now on round of 16. If you're talking about the main production, that kicks off at the weekend, where we kick off with the group stages. The weekend after will be our last chance for no qualifiers, and then we go through to the grand final. So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then you got a Saturday, Sunday next week, and then a Friday, Saturday, Sunday the weekend after.
Yeah, they've come back. A couple of shots fired from Cappy. Scav's on the way. He considered pushing over to commit to a push and trying to catch out Cappy. He didn't make it. Just running the opposite direction of where all the shots are coming from, but Kitchen forced to turn back once again. They've still got one left over by the broken bridge, just lurking. I'm not sure entirely why he's a kilometer away from the rest of the squad, holding the back line while they're pushing into a compound, but it's not gone well. But Squeaky survived into the placement points in the previous game. Might be looking to do the same again this time.
Keep yourself up. Points. Event prices. The rest of the teams now to sort of mosey on in. I haven't lost any teams yet. I've arguably lost more
That was
players.
last day. How have they come back into Hosam? What's that about? They moved into that compound, which is like if you get a hard feed, it's just a dub. They went in, and they've gone back into Hosan, and now they are going to struggle to get out because Hype Beasts are holding the line. An interesting choice I suppose you maybe don't want to hard put all your cards into the basket of that one compound when you're not guaranteed a feed on a zone like this, but now it just gets way more difficult unless hype beasts just don't find out that they're here and they just leave.
Obviously, I'm not a fan. We see this happen all the time. Hosan teams will just send it in because I think it's safe, and then she shifts away. And the position that hype beasts are in, you're right, they're the ones that claim the points. Do they know they're there? Most probably. Most probably. Wait and see. For now, Secure Sense no. Obviously, Loot Palace, they've moved a little bit further down. Still remaining on this north side. And a few more shots, though. As he said, they get some damage and might be turned back towards the other way. It's not unlike these boys to get creative with the angles. Marslik tries to get some high ground as he gets firm on top of Pax.
Salik turned back towards that bridge. They still want to hold a little bit of presence close to the bridge because, again, it's still not guaranteed whether this goes north or south. Most of the teams that have the opportunity to do so, at least putting some sort of split towards the bridge, win or die as well. Just to the south, where BZ are currently under a lot of pressure. Grenades exchanged. It looks like ADR might just be meeting their maker finally. It's still Fairy Tail who's putting the pressure on towards them. His teammate into the back of the vehicle and try and make a swift exit, but Zubila just grabs the flush. No. Okay, fair enough. Jacob at least buys them a bit of an opportunity to get out of there. He's going to be forced back into the compound himself, though, quite swiftly. Emergency parachute called in for Exalt, anticipating this zone might shift down towards the south, but gives them the option to back away from it if they don't need it. If it does go north, we'll find out in a few seconds.
Oh, they've timed it right, though. It's going to commit. There's that commit. Has come to the south, so that's, again, time right to shift their way back. A few teams going losing numbers on the north, but he holds on to that south side. We do lose Busan, so they're going to get moving as well. I've got stuck in my head, though. I'm now questioning it as well. Great shots from one of the dots. Keep it happy.
This little hilltop that Business is holding onto looks super open and super unplayable, but it's actually not a bad position. A lot of zones end basically directly on top of them, and sometimes it's the team that gets there earliest that actually comes away with the victory. We need to be careful of teams rocking up behind them. Gaming Gladiators coming over the bridge now as well. Hypebeasts have disappeared on out of there, and it does give Last Day an opportunity to spring a trap. Molodok does sit down Novik. Won't make it over the road. He will be flushed out as well. Bombilovar came over for support.
Good pressure, though, from Last Day. Driving Hypebeast out. Yeah, I think maybe back to your statement. I think they didn't know they were here, and they've got caught. They'll wrap out. He's playing the section out. The shift out, and Last Day trying to get the Last Day. So this Tego game for Hypebeast at the moment. Can he get over the bridge? Oh, he can't. And that does put down Doffy's. One more remains, and the numbers are falling from Hypebeast.
Important couple of kills. Last Day, if it weren't for sort of patience, Hypebeast could quite have easily picked off half their team numbers, but now it's Hypebeast who's in trouble.
No, he got flattened by the car. No way. Yep, he did. Absolutely squished. Brown bread, mate. He's down. Scaffy out as these shots come through. I think that actually went in the favour of Business, and they took out.
He got the headshot from Motik.
Oh, did he? Nice. Not a way to end Hypebeast. First team down and out, and very much early. 1 minute 29 on the clock, and that's a way to go.
Yeah, it's looking good for Business currently. No real pressure onto them. Sakura Zenzen still holding their northern side of the river. The zone hasn't really settled in onto the south side of the river, but it's probably 99.8% chance that this is going down to the south, barring some absolute weirdness. Maybe if Exalt pays off the right people, gets on PayPal quickly. Who knows, we might get a couple of northern shifts, but it's very much unlikely. Gaming Gladiators, an opportunity to try and hold the bridge. There's just some shots from Mailman not quite connecting. It's difficult to get them through this window, even with the fast bullet velocity of the Mini.
It's really difficult. It's more of a position, grind down that armor, grind down the lids. Force people into more of a difficult situation a bit later on. Gaming Gladiator forced out. Team in a difficult position, keeping by that coast. Quite difficult if you hit the wrong bump. You might find yourself in the water. Now, 8 seconds to go before we see that zone shift. How much of the water it gives up. Yeah, question I think on everyone's heads. At the moment, more shots coming from the business, and the other side, there's that one kill they've had so far. Nothing else connecting. That car will whistle on by.
A good chunk of damage, but the spread is so wide that Orizi might actually get a chance if MUIQ pull up in the wrong place, but it's actually Kitchen who's just going to drop straight in front of him. You see him on the minimap, Minibet. Took a little peek up over the top, immediately swung back, and the zone has now full shifted down towards the southwest. And again, looking good for business in that position. Gaming Gladiators as well. They've got one more team to cross the bridge to come. That's going to be an issue for them. An Arrow as well, holding down the compound. Those are really the three teams to be keeping your eye on now, as those that are holding the positions that just need to defend them. This is, of course, day 1 of 2. Game number 3, so still 9 more matches to go after this one across today and tomorrow. Getting those points on the board early, we're going to help you out.
Everyone, huge amounts of the public votes going towards a Secure Center win here for match number 3. Business, catching up these rotation, a lot of these teams on the rotation, just to danger up the open train. Going to help. He's going to fall out though. Business now put the final 2 on the board. Primal going back the other way. They've got a knock on the business as well, so they'll be happy that they found a little container. We need to live this one out. As business might have to reposition his car, try and hold out. Sure, at least the tyres are safe, especially moving in to the next phase.
Now that they're pretty confident that their northern side is clear, there's no one playing in late from the east. They've still got Mika holding the back line just in case anyone tries to make any weird little wraps along the coast through fishing camp. Rest of Sakura Zenzen pushing up that northern coastline. Rustin Mart playing around the tractors, doing extremely well. Luzo Nade is going to force him out of his position though, and it's enough for Rinalock to land the shots from distance. And the rest of business getting up close. Now Sakura Zenzen with that hilltop of their own, getting angles over the top. Primal. Oof. It's such a tough area to try and fight around. Rinalock's going in though. He's going face first, driving forwards, grenade in hand. Trying to get Jogs out.
Numbers though, aren't they? That's the problem. Is this a desperate attempt to claw any more points they can out of this game? That might be the case though. Screw Sense on a bit of a 3-1 split. Compo does remain. The zone is coming in, so he's following that zone in at the moment. That is Mika, aka Elmo, for this game. And there we go. He's working his way. So very much holding that northeast corner. Make sure no other teams sort of take that position and force the pressure. So it seems like the public vote, which voting is now closed, hasn't really gone in the favour of Secure Sentin, and arguably they're in a really good spot. Maybe they just need the zone to shift back towards them.
I think this entire area, this whole sort of vaguely rolling hillside, it has a lot of places where you can just pull up and play. It's just very difficult to split wide across it. You can't really get in a position to support your teammates without getting exposed to about a million angles from everywhere else on the map. But maybe not just playing close enough together for business, but maybe getting a little bit over aggressive to defend some of their territory. Not too sure exactly where things have gone wrong for them, but they've lost a couple, but they've still got a chance. Can still look to try and hold out Primal. They're going to have to try and make a move for the zone, but Sakura Zensen putting the pressure on as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty bad zone shift though for Sakura Zensen now. There might be the rolling hills, but how much of it can they take to their advantage? I think they might have to try and bully a team out. A lot of teams though still remain on the east, and as much as I love Tego, these field endings, you might back yourself into the corner with the zone shifting back west. You might find yourself exposed with teams rolling on by. So a few solos, which might have to keep their head down. Maybe these bodies just to move a little bit closer in towards zone.
There it is again. Rinalock just getting a little bit too separated from his teammate. He can't provide any real support as Sakura Zensen just rocks up ahead, drops a grenade on his head and takes him down. Wow, okay. Mogor sat down with a mortar. And Dimir from the compound down towards the southwest. That's a short range mortar, only about 100, 200 meters away. Still lands all the same. Needs the follow up though. Try and secure the flush, but not going to happen.
There's moving on rounds. Number kill, number still. Currently top of the leaderboard. You can keep up the leaderboard though if you want. Exclamation mark Twire in chat. Or leaderboard, that will bring up. You guys can obviously stay up though. But solo versus solo. Squeaky takes the initial couple of shots, so backs into the corner. He's got the zone, give or take, half a second on his side. They need to figure their way out here, but at the moment, if he doesn't continue the pressure onto Mika, though, he's going to provide punishing shots across to him, and he already has. He does, lucky enough, go to the other side, does catch the player from 100 ADR out the back of the shack, and it's actually going to be our final player from last, is Romalovo. Does pick it up at the end, and I don't think he clearly doesn't know who was in their shack, and he's going to wait this one out for zone.
I'll get the idea eventually. Zalt managed to grab the revives. Now Gaming Gladiators started to make a move out of their compound forwards, but getting themselves in sketchy territory. Arctic still has angles towards it. He's got a smoke to play around, but needs to be careful. Can't overpeak because he still has Dimia watching from the compound to the south, while the rest of his team forcing Fairy Tale back towards the east into the more congested side of the zone. There's only 3 teams on the western, 60% of this zone. Everyone else is over to the east. And that means that if you've got a mortar, just fire it pretty much anywhere, and you're going to get a knock. Melman will go down. Win or die, trying to play along the road.
It's difficult.
Yes. Just everywhere.
Very difficult. Stone shift, though, I think it's quite a lot of teams out. I think the one that's controlled it the most has been our Secure Sentinel. They have easy their way and bullied their way into a position now. They can hold out the remaining teams, especially if it does shift again back towards that west side. Like a few shots though from last. There goes that shift. Does come back over towards that west, and now Secure Sentinel, they just need to try and deny any more teams before they venture their way a little bit further west.
It'll be big news for Exalt. It's difficult for Gaming Gladiators while they can get down into the fields. There's just a lot of wide open space between themselves, Arrow and Exalt, to try and find angles, and they're going to be getting pressured from the east as well. If anyone survives the east. There's still 8 teams out here just battering one another, trying to find their way into the zone. Bombolovo picks up another, or he goes down. Still hasn't done yet. The entirety of last day is still lurking around. Jacob, another mortar, another knock, and a flush onto Samler.
Painful.
They're under a lot of pressure from Fairy Tale. They picked off Zubila as well. This compound is paying off massively, and no one can even breach it. I don't think anyone has vehicles left to even try.
He's uncontended. He can just fire as much as he can out of there. Arrow looking strong for this one. No, Secure Sentinel was the public vote at the moment, but Arrow, you've got to keep your eyes on. No one can breach. We've seen some great endings here as well. We've seen teams, if timing it right, can come out of this compound and clear up. Secure Sentinel, I said that they're going to bully their way yet again in towards the zone. As Squeaky did fall as well for our last, as unfortunately he was claimed by the zone. 11 teams now remain, 35 players left. So there's that wonderful zone. And so much pain is going to be coming from that east.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators are in trouble now. Himan getting up on that hilltop to the north as they made their move out from their compound and into the field. It's just opened up the angle enough. Marsalek with a single blue zone grenade in towards the shack. If he had a double, it clears it completely, but Barizi able to heal through for now. He does get the second first aid off as well. Gonna need a third though. That blue zone nade did whole chunks of damage. He's got 5 grenades, but just can't cross the gap to sneak them into the shack. And now finally some pressure on towards MUIQ. They've got 1 knocked down, and BL going straight first, grenade range. Man and Arrow both switching over, starting the bombardment in towards the smokes.
Yeah, got to start those blue zone nades. For a few more. Gaming Gladiators obviously moving away in that top side here as well. This is where the field players come in to situ, but it's based on timing. If you can time it right, you'll be able to keep yourself alive. If not, you're going to get punished by a lot of the teams that are sitting in and around. And we've seen Exalt obviously are extending their way out. They've been on this side for a while, but it's still the east. Yet again, it's teams falling on this east approach.
Big from BL. Those 2 opening nades got a knock apiece, and they just clean up for the third, but Samler, they've recovered from being smacked up by mortars. They made a push up towards the east while they had the chance to do so in the zone. After Fairy Tale got taken down, Arrow got all 4 kills from Fairy Tale, despite the fact it was Samler up close. They were the ones getting really just bullied the entire time. Himan's still on the move, not going to bother to stop and take a heal first. He just wants to get that grenade out. It's going to get damage onto Levante, but not enough.
Stack up, though. This is what we like to see. The grenades are impactful, but you've got to get them a little bit closer than that, Himan. They double up. You tend to get the knocks now. Teams are going for this, but those are too short. Didn't quite get over the gap in between the 2 fields. So he'll fall. Secure Sentinel on the push. And without that med on, Hitman is down.
That's the problem for Exalt as well. They saw a chance. They wanted to push up and get active, get involved, hold out GG and Sakura Zenson, but Arrow just holding onto that compound. As soon as Slow Jacket exposes any part of himself, he gets one knock, and they've actually taken down Artix, who went over for the revive, so they're going to get both. Exalt have just lost 2 players for free, completely for free. Wow.
Is this people falling because they're getting a little bit greedy now to get some more points on the board when they're not thinking about the win, they're thinking about getting the kills? Like, that's a prime example. Pennywise with a free kill in front gets completely sideswiped though. And Arrow, 8 kills. They are sitting comfortably in this compound now.
It's just one of those games where you're just sitting in a field with a team just sitting on the roofs of compounds. You're just asking yourself, how is no one shooting these guys? Marsalek has 1.2 thousand damage, and yet Arrow is still just 4 men up on the roof, taking shots at whoever they like. Jacob himself has almost 1,000 to his name too. Rayo tries to find an angle but gets sat down. They've even started to make a move out. Dimir pushing out towards the eastern side of the zone. Finally, a Molotov lands on towards the shack of Exalt. It doesn't get enough damage though. They've hopped up on top. That second Molotov doesn't get through the window. How is Exalt surviving? You need one more nade.
I thought they were about to nade themselves in. I generally thought he was going to say goodbye at that point. GG on the right side to get one. There's another one comes in, has to jump up. Don't touch me, you're on fire. Able to med their way through, post it through the letterbox. Where's the blue zone nades when you need them? But they're waiting. GG pitch from the outside. Flash will come out. Let's see if they can do anything. But they do come out. Oh my god, they've got Molly out. They've got 1, 2 down now as they have to try and back their way out. Unfortunately for Levante, he's going to find himself very close to the blue. Pin backs off just in time now. I thought Rox was going to fall there, but he's able just to hold on.
That was Giga Chad from Fate, just on fire, sprints out into 3 people, hip firing, takes 1 down, but sadly they've got the revive. Mogo's run out of utility to try and make this possible, but he's got a little bit of assistance from Jacob again. Rockspit sat down. Levante should be able to grab that revive. We're down to 3 teams, 25 minutes in. We're in phase 6, just hit phase 7. And unsurprisingly, Arrow, whose compound has been in the zone, copying hard feeds since, what, phase 2. They're going to be walking away with 10 points in terms of kills and at least 5 for placements, and very unlikely that they don't get more from this position as well.
Absolutely. And hey, if the compound's not strong enough, lad, have some drop. This is the first time I've seen it come quite aggressive with Bat. We've seen the compound hold for a period of time, but normally kind of like a phase 5, phase 6, it shifts away. And the team's forced to kind of fight out. He left the Grows. It must be running the 5s. As Arrow, well, they've got the numbers. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3. One is DBNO though, and the Secure Sentinel in a very, very tough spot. If Arrow can breathe a little bit, if they can move out, they're going to be able to cause some damage. And you've got to question, what side does GG go? Did they crash for the hard cover? Did they crash in towards Secure Sentinel? Looks like they're going for the hard cover. Pin lay some shots down. Arrow drop down. Rocks to remain here. 10 kills already on the board. They're going to lay as much down as they can. Try and deny the car entry, but somehow they snuck the whole way around the back of the compound.
Actually gives an opportunity now for Sakura Zenson to push forwards. Dimir, he's still watching that direction as he falls back into the compound, out from the east to try and support. The whole squad of Arrow just collapsing into this pocket. Kind of run over Gaming Gladiators like Gabriel ran over Romero on that corner in the North London. Damn it, sorry. Sorry.
Again. Look where the mortar was as well. It was on the balcony. It wasn't even on the floor. A little bit of extra elevation just to take into that quick maths calculation that Arrow produced. What are they on? 11 kills now? It's just an insane run from this team.
I mean,
there. What?
Sure, why not? Just drop mortars from wherever. Let's be real. Arrow didn't have to do a whole lot of work. Right. I mean, they had to land the shots. They had to defend. It's a good nade. It's very similar to Sakura Zenzen in the previous game. They had about 11 kills from their compound that was just center of the zone. They can third-party everyone. And, well, you're not going to complain. Dimir, how do you win that? Vaulting headshot. Okay. Pin. I'd feel scammed if I was Pin.
like eBay's been on the whole time. He's not giving up, dropping the ball. Sometimes you see teams sort of drop the ball here and they go, oh, I've got to clear the compound. We've been crashed. And then the team gets a free entry point. Zone arguably is going to come more favouring towards Arrow now, as the dot will produce, and the rest of the Arrow team 13 kills. This is an insane game from this team.
Mika snuck his way over the road onto the side of close range engagement with Jacob. He isn't aware of this. He might have just heard some sort of sound cue switching over to the M4. It's the zone, the center of the zone. It's not great for Sakura Zensen, but they've got ridges that they can play. They can maybe try and tactically smoke off a few key entrances, drop some utility Molotovs maybe on doorways, make it difficult for Arrow. Jacob definitely knows. He knows something's up. He knows someone's close.
Irrelevant though. Mika, okay, Elmo, he's going to be holding such a great angle. He arguably kind of needs someone to maybe fuzzface, if he can, stop a wrap round coming around. But if he just looks straight down the compound, he's going to cause some huge issues. Arrow need to deal with him. If Jacob has an idea, has a second guess that Elmo is going to cause some major damage,
that's big, though.
He needs to
10
get rid
smokes.
of him. They've got
to need.
They're
gonna need every single one of these. 10 smokes for Marsalek. However many the others have. Although, to be fair, Mika is probably not in the best spot to throw utility without giving the game away. He wants to try and keep himself sneaky and snaky for as long as possible, but he's one of the few that's closest to the edge of the zone. But these 10 smokes of Marsalek can cut off so many angles for Arrow and make this really difficult for them to cross out into the road, where they're going to have to eventually. They've still got a long way to go before the blue zone is going to force their entire compound out of the zone. Dead center is on the Arrow side of the road, so Mika really is the puzzle piece that could unlock this for Sakura Zensen.
He's going to be such a key driver now. Here comes the smoke dump. They've got to get as many across as they can. There is some initial shots, so do come back, Jacob. He might be aware that there's someone there, someone lurking, but he does have to draw another gun back towards that sort of north side of the road. Initial shots will come through. Does get the knock here. You've got to favour Arrow in this one as well, but Mika, aka Elmo, could get a knock. He could be that puzzle piece that Sakura Zensen really need.
Just needed that smoke on that window a little bit earlier, but now... Oh, he pops out around the side, gets down Jacob. If he could have got a second, maybe. Maybe there's something, but he's got the grenades. Dimia has grenade as well to toss back in towards Mika. It's not going to land perfectly. This grenade does get some good damage, but the smokes are already up. And Marsalek losing all that utility might just be a problem now for Sakura Zensen.
Yeah, they need to focus now back on that side. Gonna try and move away. I'd argue to say actually Jacob maybe should have sat there and kept the comms kept alive, because Mika can move across eBay, posted a Kobe right on his tippy toes the moment he left. Sakura Zensen gets another one down. It's down to a 2 versus 1. Fuzz face with a P90. You've got to back him a little bit here. The player comes around. P90 does not whiff at all. There's one. Goes for the second. Swaps so many pieces.
No way.
GG. Sakura Zensen was the public favourite and backed themselves. A huge chicken dinner. But you can't take anything away from Arrow. Heavy kill game. A slight throw maybe at the end.
Wow.
I don't know what to say. I'm just let's bring up the public vote.
Wow.
Where was the public vote on that? The public vote, Sakura Zensen, 15 of you have got your name in a chance to win 500 G coin as well. So, GG's. That was a heavy hold. Was that all P90 though? I think that is fuzz face.
To be honest, I've got to say the smokes helped him out a lot. We knew that they would, particularly the western side of the compound is where the majority of Arrow was. That wall of smokes really forcing them, cutting off the line of sight. He's just proning, like, next to the road. Like, he has no cover, but they're forced to peek him from one specific spot. He can just hold that angle. E90 and MK12 with the bipod out. Yeah, just holding angles. That's tough. That's tough to beat. Good stuff from Fuzzface to pick up the dub.
Mate, you got to back Fuzzface in those scenarios. P90 with MK swap over. Anyway, that was game number 3 done and dusted. For those who have no idea what I just brought up on screen, you can vote though. You just need to predict who you think is going to be winning the maps. Obviously, for day number 1, if you are on top of the leaderboard yourself, you'll bag yourself 500 G coin, and we're doing the same again tomorrow. And we'll be keeping track though of day number 1 and day number 2, as there is an additional 500 G coins. So 1,500 G coins up for grabs for those who can predict the winners the most. For now, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, it's Royal Rondo. It's game number 4.
Don't understand it, this wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it, I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you heard the truth. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me staying away, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all, I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain, hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Let's go. Map number 4, not 3. Let me update that. But at least we've only got one flight pathway. So I go south to north, right through the middle. Test track, would it be contended?
Yes.
Done. So that's all we need. Done. So we're all done. Looks like the public vote going back to secure a centre now. It was an outstanding ending. I actually didn't think they were going to get that one. I thought Arrow was going to nick it at the end. But Fuzzface, when you flick over to his POV with a P90, you have to second guess yourself.
Look at that. There's a contest in Neox Factory. Isn't that like crazy and outrageous? Never seen that before. It's really weird. I've been watching back some of like the internationals, and this entire like 2-kilometer square in the center of Rondo, it's like you could fit an entire Karakeen in that region, and yet it's just so vacant. Like there's nothing there. You might get one team like ADR doing some spot looting around the west, but everywhere else it's just Neox Factory test track, and sometimes you get 3 or 4 teams in there, and there's nothing else in the middle. It's crazy. It's such a weird dynamic for a map to have, where everyone has to go so far off to the edge to find their loot spots, and even still, like, there's space on the outside of them. Our zone this time around, I would love to tell you, but I've got the wrong tab open. Oh dear.
I got you covered.
Oh yikes. Oh,
yeah. Well, when we say it has to touch just about, Rondo is actually the one map we have seen it not touch the zone, the flight path with the zone, but this time just about in a very much a south west, which means a hell of a lot of teams here need to get on shifting.
Samler doesn't, which is nice. Arrow doesn't, which is also nice. BL, yeah, they've got themselves an opportunity. Hype Beasts, and that's it. No one else is in the zone. If you're a team like Business or Primal or maybe Win or Die, who've not even reached their loot spot yet, dang, they're hoping to find an emergency parachute, and probably soon. Still some space out towards the western side of the zone, all the way southwest, about as far as it could possibly go southwest. You could get that e-pick up early. You might as well just hop over to like Fong Tun or what's that place? Lan Po. Don't think anyone's ever said those words before. You could do some looting there, but not going to be an option really for Sakura Zensen for BZ. First place, hot dropping against Boars, currently in 16th. So just a classic.
I get. This is not great. Obviously, you can keep an eye on the leaderboard. We're just not quite sure how long the games are going to be in between, so we're just going to keep going to break. But exclamation mark Twire, you're able to get yourself to leaderboard and update, and obviously you'll be able to keep up to date with everything that's happening. Obviously, as well, you're able to vote. You've been a chance to win 500 G-Coin, as I said just before the break, so make sure you get your votes in. We will close down each vote or each round of vote about 15 minutes after the game has started. So if you want to be super competitive, you can wait all the way up to the kind of that 15-minute mark. But don't leave it too late, because if you miss out, you might miss a chance. But was it 10 people got the vote for Secure Sentencing? I think maybe more actually on that last round.
There were about 15 at one point for Sakura Zensen.
So look at what they got now. Let's have butchers. What
I gave him 2. I mean, yeah, 12 currently. All right, not bad.
There might be more. Yeah, still 12. Not bad.
Beast on 7, decent. Win or Die on 7 as well. Interesting. They're currently in 14th place with 0 placement points. So, for the sake of 7 people, let's hope they turn it around.
They definitely need to. Maybe it's that risky play. Maybe it's that. Okay, let's just wait and see. Maybe it'll be one of the 7 that getting up over everyone else. Don't forget there is a map feed as well. Obviously, exclamation mark map in chat. That will give you a link to the map stream as well. If you've got double monitors, phone, iPhones, tablets, etc., whatever it might be. There is a Mia stream. There is a Mia stream as well, but the link that I can share. So I'm going to see if anyone is streaming it. If not, worst case scenario, I might end the stream. I might just put up the Mia stream straight off this one. If you guys want, let me know in chat anyway. If you want to see it after, I can do. I'm not going to ask Saga to hang around if he doesn't want to. But I have a feed I can go back and show you guys after.
Delicious. Yeah, there is Yamin. Apparently is streaming the MEA qualifiers.
Yes, looking.
So if you're interested, do have a look.
Oh, Yamin's actually
helpful people in the chat posting the link. So yeah, it seems so.
Oh, perfect. Let me get his link.
It is in Arabic, but you can still watch the games. Sometimes watching in a language that you don't speak is kind of more exciting anyway, because you don't listen to the words, you just experience the emotion. You know what I mean? That's why people like Korean casting so much.
Yeah, love it. Yeah. Love it.
Sakura Zensuna! Like at the end of the game, like 3 guys all at the same time losing their voice. It's crazy out there, man. Unfortunate for Minabear that he's been sat down again. Squeaker comes a headshot with the M16. Wouldn't like to get another one, so he's out of there. Kitchen, I just can't get rolling. They've lost the rolling pins. Can't get anything going today.
Difficult though. Yeah, not a zone that we normally get. You know, Hypebeast line up over the top. Well, great shots. So we'll get that finish up and dusted. I'll figure out exactly what's going on with my feed. Doffy's though, I think he's just trying to warn away anybody else now. As well, sure he gets that loot, and nice hold though from their compound. They generally would be happy with that. Let me just do something very quickly. What's in my off? 2 seconds. Bear with me. One more. There we go.
I'm keeping an eye out right now, because while I was doing some cheeky reviews, I noticed that FaZe did something funky on this map. I asked James about it. He told me why. I'm looking to see if anyone else has picked up on it. If not, well, what can I say? Watch PEC and you'll find out what we're talking about. But did you know, Mark, that there is esports boat hard spawns on Rondo? You know that?
I did that.
That's crazy, isn't it? So if you're ever feeling upset, if you ever feel like nobody likes you and you're a little worthless, just remember that there is esports boat hard spawns on Rondo, and then you won't feel so bad, because what could possibly be more worthless than that? Unfortunate. Never going to see anyone in a boat on this map. However,
you say that. You wait to PEC. I guarantee it now. Now you've called it. It's
just for jokes.
He's going to do it.
I've not seen any e-pickups either so far. I don't think anyone has found one, or they're all holding on to maybe use them a little later. We can move maybe on phase 2, possibly.
Danger of that EMP zone right at the bottom of the southwest corner. That's going to catch up a ton of people moving their way in. All teams scrabbling for position. I think maybe with a bigger map, maybe opting to get the cars and hoping and praying that you're not going to come across a hype beast and crash into one of many compounds that there is to grab. There is a big factor of where does this zone go. We've got a little bit of unplayable. We've got the high terrain as well, and it's not on the latest patch. So my logic is going to play back towards that high terrain pretty aggressively. We look now back over. It's Brainlag looking towards hype beast, but we should know about 1 minute 50 where this zone is going to give us maybe at the end.
What is it then? Where are we going?
No, I think it's going to shift back heavy northeast now.
Northeast? Oh, that would just be painful, wouldn't it? Going back towards the centre, where you're getting teased with a nice central zone, but we never get the finish that we want. Just kind of like Tottenham in the North London dock. Sorry. Keep doing it, don't I? It's just embarrassing at this point. Primal, wrapping all the way down to the west. Gaming Gladiators have actually rocked all the way down that same path and ran into Fairy Tale. Yeah, look at that. Win or die. Has found a glider. They've got a gas can. They're booting it up. Lovely bit of scouting to do. The first thing that he could spot with the scouting is that there's a team rotating right behind them. So potential for a bridge camp on the South Rinjiang bridge that probably no one ever knew actually existed, because when do we ever see a zone down here? Crazy.
Yeah, that'd be actually look back, is he? Now we have to wait and see now. See the rest of the teams come out. We'll keep this view on just at the moment.
There's 2 teams behind him. Business is still 3 kilometers out in the blue zone.
Gotta take your time. Gotta take your time in.
Sucks.
Touch on this one. And
Well, there's the first E pickup. On its way in for BZ.
Oh, we're 9 seconds away. Get the zone. Where do you think the shift's going to go quickly?
Directly on top of Arrow's head. Why not?
Oh, feast all day,
well,
mate.
BZ just dropped straight back off, go back into the compound. Oh, they've just given an opportunity for Sakura Zenzen. They've just pulled out the skeet shooting. And straight back we go. Maybe they could have looked to maybe use that to put someone up on top of the high ground, the mountain, but maybe it's just safer to stay in the compound when you're currently in 16th place with 2 points total and 0 placement points. Maybe just playing safer is a better idea rather than trying to take those risks.
Look at Win or Die. They've opted to go back the other way now, right? Now do they find themselves coming behind the 2 teams that they weren't aware of? And so far towards that east, it always kind of plays back towards that high ground. I just find it telling, especially for these first couple of phases. It will drop off after, but wait and see. Brainlag though, this is a desperate attempt. This is where people start crashing into compounds that they have no idea, because they're expecting to go down towards that southwest.
Yeah. Day 1 finals at EWC. The Rondo phase 2 was pretty much exactly the same as it is here. And would you believe it, the zone ended just to the north of BZ. Who's there currently? It's Sakura Zensen. So there is a good chance that we might be on for a 3-peat if we do get the exact same zone. That would probably be enough to lock them into top 8. 4 games in of the 12-game series, should they be able to do it. But Fuzzface currently holding off a little bit of a wide split angle, putting some pressure onto Primal before backing off to support the rest of the boys in the compound. Again, makes sense. At this point, no point playing overly risky, even if they've got themselves such a hefty lead. 16-point gap between themselves and Samala in second on 32 points.
There's a couple of people.
That's only 3 games in.
1, 2, 3 people on 2 successful picks. So out of the 3 games we had so far, they have picked 2 of the winning teams. interesting, especially as we work our way now towards the second half of the day. So that's certainly 3 people in the winnings to get 500 G coin if you haven't already. There's a couple more minutes before we close off match number 4. But yeah, get your vote. Exclamation mark vote into chat. Follow the link, pick the team, hit the vote button, and you're in the chance to win 500 G coin today and tomorrow. And then obviously, if you want to up another 500, just win both days.
It looks like anybody's has been caught in an EMP zone while the rest of his squad is gassing it through the center of the Gaming Gladiators camp. One guy's still knocked in the vehicle. One tag onto him would secure the flush, but thankfully his teammate blocks the bullet for him. Keeps him alive, but I don't think they're going to be alive long enough for him to hop out of the car and actually grab the res. They're going straight into the last day compound. And straight out of the pressure of Gaming Gladiators, straight into Nitro, who secures the flush onto Zubila. 8-Ball still locked into the compound, and now ADR, hearing all this chaos and commotion, starting to make their move in as well.
Yeah, they want to try and get rid of him quite quickly now. Can't let him live. Nade cooked ready. Knows he's going to be on the defense. Nade rolls out. Ooh, does turn around. Maybe just seeing that bounce. And that ching. Just a half a second before. Could have been very different. Very tell. Down to 2, but 2 very, very split. Ball takes the opportunity to drop a fake smoke, get away, but straight into the loving arms of 100 ADR.
He thinks he's safe. He thinks he's out of there. Going straight directly into another team. Leosh, a little bit of pressure from Ireo. It's the first time that he's survived past the 12-minute mark in a game, so congrats for him. Made it solid distance this time around. And actually we do get a different shift. It's gone way further to the east and the south. Good news for Exalt as well, straight down the middle. This is likely to shift towards the north to get rid of this little bit of water that we have down below. 2 emergency parachutes flying across the map at the same time. People just scrambling to try and find a playable position, but that's a lot of swampy marshlands. There's not going to be much to find.
Difficult. Got the little boat maybe, but not much else. Screw sensing.
If he gets run over by his glider, I'm all for him.
You can't. It doesn't do much. Good story here. Good, Jim. Unfortunately, they've just been unable to keep numbers up. I feel like every game when we get round to sort of getting Kitchen's POV, they're down bodies, unable to keep all 4, getting caught on these compound crashes early. Maybe half a second more scouting. Seem to always come across Hype Beast as well. Seems to be that arch nemesis. They will have to now duke it out. Phase number 3. They're across the road. Exalt not too far away as well. Every team sort of work their way in. Will Die, a team that also needs to work in. Oh, it's parked up at the top, but soon we'll have some reinforcements as the teams do close on him.
Still waiting though. Melman +1. Making his way out of the blue zone pretty far behind. Presenti's already pulled up to try and back up Leosh halfway up the mountain. This is maybe not the angle that you would expect if you're Poro sneaking around the side looking for a peek. Wouldn't expect a guy to be quite this high up, but it's maybe a little fortunate for Win or Die that Gaming Gladiators or Samla haven't got any presence over on that southern peninsula because they're so exposed. The entire left side of his screen, no cover, but there's no enemies over there, so they get away with it for now.
Got to shift north now. Got to get rid of this water. This is where it gives up this high ground. I think these guys want to ensure they've sort of ticked off that no one else has come down. I would have heard that car, so I think they know someone else is here, if not more. And obviously with the plane crash, you maybe add them up, and I think it's a case of holding towards the south. But Will Die eager to maybe sneak their way around, maybe take the fight. Electric Bus will provide some cover, but Will Die, they've been the more aggressive team now, trying to clear this team out.
Now the rest of Win or Die has made their entrance into the zone. IQ will hear it. Oh, and April finally gets taken down. It's not by either of the teams that we thought it might be. Actually, they've been on the jog for a while. BL, seeing them both out. Now, nade in hand. 3 players of Win or Die wrapping around the north side of the mountain, but they're getting shots put in their direction by Primal, who have received that northern hard shift that we anticipated. Away from the water as much as possible does mean that BZ are going to be forced to leave their compound. And north area just looks hideous on the map, honestly. It looks like a couple of veins, capillaries, and everything else is just wide open fields. Maybe a hay bale here or there if you're fortunate. Once again, Sakura Zenzen in the middle of it. No one on their north to provide any pressure.
We're in the middle of the hearts of the teams and players out there and community for the vote. Game number 4 now has closed. So you can now vote for the final 2 games. They'll be done on Miramar. Game 5 and Game 6 for today, number 1. We can close off Miramar. Hype base now moving their way down. Kitchen, as I said, they already come across this team once already. Hypebeast looking to try and control that. Once they get the first knock, they're going to know exactly they're the down bodies as well. If they've been doing that kill feed track back towards the other side of the zone. There's a jump up and over. Not just 1, but 2 on the board. As last, well, do the last dance. Maybe. It's Pennywise. Sneaky move. Doesn't get spotted. Jumps out. Gets the knock. Oh, how has he got away with that? Pressure does come, though. Unable to do any more cheeky dances through the car and last. Able to try and get the reses back on. But Monodot goes down. It's going to be down to the final player now to get here as quick as they can. Try to get the reses on, but I think a couple more flushes will happen.
Win or die. Just tried to hop in the vehicles and make a send. They've gone straight in towards business. 2 immediately sat down. To get Leosh down from his cliffside position. Just straight into grenade range. Is it going to land? It's not even close. The deployable cover falls down, almost drops on top of Presenti's head. It rolls around the side, but Vanos still peaks quickly enough to sit them down, win or die. Once again, outside of the placement points. 5 points in 4 games. Not great.
Insane. Again, they're getting a good number of votes as well, so we'll have to wait and see. And will be the first time we've seen someone flattened by a Dorito, but not for this game, not so far. Some of them are moving their way in. They've obviously come up the other side as well, but a couple of knocks. Sakura Zenzen going to close that Flaming Gladiators. 13th place for them. Exalt, well, pick up arrow. Good shot on the way in. More of the Doritos full, but not getting the knocks just yet. Arrow going to be able to use that as deployable cover as the smoke will now go. Exalt, again, down a player, back plane as a 3.
Hypebeast putting some shots in towards the back line where Arrow is looking for angles in towards this, but they've still got to be careful. They've still got enemies within their ranks. Kitchen's still got 1 up in that compound. No, he doesn't. It sits down Novik, but quickly traded, so they should be able to grab that revive and then consider about making a move in towards the zone.
Great double.
Arrow's blue zone grenade. That's got to get another grenade in towards it as well. The vehicle explosion might just get the job done, but no, the blue zone nade does it first. Oh, got to use cover from those Doritos that fell down, but Exalt's still putting pressure on.
They are. Sakura Zenzen again find himself in a zone position. Now down a body, but let's now try and hold out. Smart Select is down, so Frostface, and Mika, aka Elmo, and try and see if they can secure out a back-to-back chicken dinner. I've tried a good portion of this zone as well, as the rest of it kind of goes into those rice fields. There's a lot of dips and crevices that teams will be able to hide in the west, but I think it's only a matter of time. Now, Hypebeast keeping the numbers up. 4 kills. Again, I've confirmed nades are going to be coming back. Scav, oh, he gets caught with that nade. Though he does back away from Electric Bus. Electric Bus will go down. That's a confirmed. Done and dusted. And last, continuing in the action, getting another kill on the board. Drive by. Nade comes out. Does go down. Nade's already out. Another shot comes through. So 1 versus 1. Cappy has to take on Nitro. Flash comes over the top though. He's down to 1 shot. No lid. He can't take much of the blue. He does go down and last survive yet again.
Nitro just get the full squad wipe. You got the grenade as well on the first. Takes down all 4. That was maybe Hypebeast's last stand, really. He was just trying to make a play, go for whatever kills they can get, because this zone has not been kind to them.
No.
Fortunately, Nitro just completely removed them all. On the outside, 7 kills for Nitro. That's pretty disgusting.
At that point, you're taking all right. Phase number 5. You've got to run in. Hopefully, you might find another zone. Maybe you're hoping that the sort of time that you're in or take around the placement points. We know he is. There's an extra point on the board. That would be 8. Can he take a 1 versus 1? Nitro, he's been packing a punch already. Let's see if he can do it once again.
Last man standing for Arrow as well. One of them, if this fight does come to a head, gets the win. They might be able to just about sneak their way into the southwest, but BZ will probably clean them up pretty quickly afterwards. On the opposite side of the zone, Rustenmar, a couple of grenades, gets 2 knocks. One of them converted into a flush as Daz finds a spray onto the third. Business picked apart. Rinolock just not able to provide the covering fire from distance that they were looking for to prevent this push. No Sakura Zenzen at distance are trying to do the job for them. It's not going to save business. They've gone down.
Actually come down from Exalt as well, so yeah, there's an extra placement point on the board. You take those kills, you kind of feel like they've been under pressure. A lot of teams crashing in on them, but team after team, and they'll survive out. Fuzzface trying to get a little bit of elevation now as he's jumping very cheekily on towards the door frame. So we're going to wait for that zone now to sort of pop further away. It does now leave secure sentence, and maybe the door frame might just be the difference of seeing where secure sentence can and can't go.
East is kind of where they can't go for the most part, but also south is difficult. Rayo, though, getting sat down by Mika as he tried to commit to a push on towards Sloy Jacket's compound. Might help them out a little bit, but it's BZ that's really going to be the problem now. For Sakura Zenzen. Good grenade out the window from Sloy Jacket. Could do with having a couple more on the opposite side, though, but there's no windows there, even if he did have them.
Shield suck up the grenade? Is there something else there? I feel like that took a lot of damage. The only thing I'm questioning that is that normally the shields fly away when they've taken a bit of grenade damage. Arrow goes down. There's another placement point on the board. They will go down with one additional. So this is not covered. You're going to be able to survive behind. And Primal, Rustamar knows this. He hammers as many shots as he can. Art's down to a one shot now. He just holds on as best he can.
What's BZ going to do here? They try to wrap in towards the south. They might be able to clean up once this fight is done between Samla and Exalt. Mogor tries to drop underneath the building. Ombre's already there. Oh, he got another one. Pyunta. Wow, they just got completely deleted.
What? Hey, this building's off the ground. So what's touching my toes? Down they go. Samla getting another couple of kills on the board. Primal causing some damage as well. More is coming on. BZ no, trying to arrive though. Jump shot comes over, but the second jump shot will come fair out as the bunny hop will now end Samla's reign of terror. As we go down to our top four, it's a 3 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. One is DBNO for BZ. Primal driving position to try and secure this one. I think the big question, especially for the voters that we're looking to get the 500G coin, is can Secure Sense and do it again? Humans down. DBNO not confirmed that just yet.
Rinolock as well is in a comfortable position now for Sakura Zenzen in grenade range. He's got a couple more to toss out as well. The first one looks good. It might just reach. No, what is going on with these shields today? The second one goes a tickle too far. Novi gets the drop onto Mika instead, regardless. So, Fuzzface, last man standing. I don't think he's clutching this one.
I thought that last time, but what happens? He has to back away now. Secure Sensen down and out. Primal. They're going to try and take out a 3 in a solo, but a lot of the votes have unfortunately folded. Interesting to see actually how many Primal. 7 people in the driving spot to put their name in the hat again. So I think they're eager to get themselves a winner chicken dinner. Another one down, another point on the board. That's number 10 for Primal. 4 versus 3. Open train, open zone. How many of the Doritos do you have left? How many smokes do you have? Because there is not much cover.
We've got 2 voters backing Boars, which honestly they've got a little bit of hard cover from the compound. But maybe a chance to push out ahead, try and find some ridges or rock cover to try and work with, but they need to be cautious of Jogas wrapping his way into the north, seemingly going undetected so far. You need to start getting opening picks if they want this to work. Having an AWM on your side is not gonna cause any issues with that. It will definitely help if you can land a shot. That doesn't help though.
That does not.
Oh dear.
And there's a Dorito kill. Man, these guys are killers, man. I don't know if the Doritos are worse than the polar bears. I'll be honest with you. But there's another victim.
That's what it looks like in the kill feed.
Yeah, take it. Have you not seen them before? I can't remember what event it was. Someone got absolutely flattened. Not just one, but two.
You've actually just given me a terrible idea. What about a grenade that summons a polar bear? Just throw like a hunk of meat at them and a polar bear spawns within 5 meters of them and just starts wailing on them.
I feel like it's the other day when you trapped me. There's a crate over there, Mark. Go get it. And I had no idea what was going to pop out. I won't say what pops out because I want to give it away from everyone. But I didn't know, and the other caster did, and he proper set me up.
Yeah, Tego crates. Give them a whirl. Be careful, though, if you're dropping emergency cover flares, but make sure to kind of glance upwards because that's well, that's probably just handed it over now to Primal. That was their point man, their front of the spearhead.
They're in rags though, BZ. They are in rags, but I think that bridge is keeping them alive.
Looking good, Brev.
Yes,
Phase 8's going to come in, shift away from the building. They've lost their point man that could have maybe given them an off angle onto one or two of these fights, and now Primal's just sending Rustamar over to the north, so anytime you're peeking up towards the north, you're peeking into 3 guys. It's not a fight you're going to win.
Yeah. Numbers tilt in the favour. See if they can be creative, though. Best on both teams pretty tanked. Tilt definitely favouring BZ here. Try and be creative to come out, but they're really up against it, really with their backs against the wall. Again, look, 5 nades, 4 smokes. I think Primal don't have next to no util. I think they're literally rubbing sticks together over there.
I don't think it matters too much. I think unless these smokes are absolutely perfect from BZ, cutting off the exact right angles, giving them the maneuverability to get into grenade range, and Primal just have the zone control now. Just swarm everywhere around. BZ might be able to hold out for another minute or so until the blue zone closes, but once that building is forced out of the zone, they're just going to get ripped apart from everywhere. And Primal do still have frag grenades. They don't have the smokes to work with, but they've got the frags.
I was moving this to purple shield. Someone can get him on the ground. I can't. A couple of shots though from my van. He's picked up the move. More important, him down to a 1. I see the tippy toes. Can he get a shot? No, he can't. Good position though. Good information gain. As the rest of BZ eager to try and lengthen this game out just a little bit more. 11 kills. Jokes. A real force to be reckoned with. I think this is the first time really we've seen Primal in a controlling seat today. I know they were good on the first couple of games, but driving for a victory. I think we're going to try and take what was flattened. And he picks and finds himself a level 3 lid that doesn't protect you from the Doritos.
Whereas the helmet doesn't take damage when you get a 5-ton brick just dropped on your head from the sky, but never mind. Fresh 3 helmet's not going to hurt. An angle around the side, that's going to hurt. Caught out on the vault, and now Shox all by himself. 1 versus 4. Has a chance to isolate 1v1 against Novi, but the blue zone's going to force his hand, even with 6 smokes. The nades are flying in already. 6 HP. It's GG. It's over. It's doomed. BZ get fragged. Primal take the dub.
Sorry for your point game. Not bad. Primal were a real contender, especially earlier on in these rounds. We know how hard it can be for open qualifiers, and Primal proving yet again another game that they've been hyper consistent. Nice to hold at the end, very, very open. You're seeing a little bit more of a spread across some of these boards. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, don't forget to get your votes in though. Game number 5 and game number 6 are going to be on Miramar. It is best of 12 though for round of 16, but it's split over 2 days. So 6 each day. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, but we've still got another 2 games. Go for a break now. Get your votes in though for match number 5.
Baby, I can feel we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Let's go. Bad timing on my behalf, but we are back. Let's update the match number. Match number 5 of 6. Final 2 games for day number 1. It's going to end on the sandy dunes of Miramar. It's the northeast down towards the south central, but does favour very much this east hand side of the map unless we get a crazy zone shift like we had last game, Saga.
East hand side. I love it. It means you can only ever face north.
Yep.
Fantastic. Mark never rotates. He only turns in 180 degrees increments. It's crazy.
I do, mate. You played with me long enough now.
Unusual. No crazy hot drops towards the center of the map this time. There is no Neox factory or text track, and to be fair, it wasn't even particularly that crazy. Anyway, I mean, they dropped close to each other and then went their separate ways. Unfortunate. It's BZ again doing something similar though in Los Leones. It's a big drop spot. It's probably takes up about the same space as Test Track and Neox Factory does, so it's shareable. Whether or not Wabuki will be happy to share, or whether he's going to try look to run him down.
We talk about running down. Talk about a few people going out early. The man with the stats and facts. There's a few interesting facts around Kitchen, isn't there?
It depends. It depends on depends on your perspective of the word interesting. If you're a Kitchen fan, you probably won't want to hear this. But if you're not, they have 3 players whose average survival time is 15 minutes or less. Just seems that at the start of every game, Kitchen is losing 1-2 players, just getting picked off on rotations, and then leaving Squeaky to survive all by himself. Could just be a case of not understanding the lobby quite to the same level, and it's something that can be fixed maybe tomorrow after a little bit of review. But the result right now is that it leaves them all the way down towards the bottom end of the leaderboard on 3 points 4 games in, which is definitely not prime real estate. Definitely not where you want to find yourself in a best of 12.
No, you got to give Squeaky some love as well, because he's playing on like the world's smallest round table, like you had at school, with a beautiful view out onto the lakes. If you haven't already, give him a follow on social media. It's pretty much his same username here on x.com. But yeah, great photo he popped up. No stream today, guys, but this is where I'm playing from, and I did question the size of the table.
I didn't realize until now, just if someone calls it X, I didn't realize how much of an ick that is.
Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? It's bad.
Please don't do that again.
I can't really call Twitter. Can I call it? How long is it acceptable to call it Twitter?
Yeah, it never changed. It's all a scam. Still Twitter. Always will be.
Still Twitter in my eyes. Well, they should keep 4 alive anyway, because they are in a good position, should we say? So it depends on how many teams they want to mosey on past, should we say, before coming down towards that bottom side. Have a little look over the top here. Last looking to try and go. He did last quite a lengthy amount of time, and circumstances that it might not have favoured.
Not ideal, for sure. But I'll tell you what, last they've got themselves a nice solid position, kind of around the southern side of Shumacera, pretty close to Fairy Tale, but Fairy Tale is doing a bit of spot looting around Dorito, which, oh, watch out, BZ, Dorito mentioned. Don't want to have any of those drop on your head again, but last should be able to claim pretty much full central position, high ground available. They have the low ground fortresses, or they could regroup on Bombalova by the church. Got a lot of options, but they're going to have to, whatever their choice is, make it pretty swiftly, because everyone else is starting to encroach upon their territory now.
Yeah, this is not a great zone. There's some part of organised chaos over the Death Valleys that are in the southwest corner, but I think it'll favour a little bit more towards the east. Looking at that zone, seems he could take some early position. In Chamazera, actually, had a few endings there. Personally, wouldn't like to see a round of 16 go into the city, but maybe my little inner child, my agent of chaos, is a part of me hoping it does sort of descend into that city for an ending here for game number 5.
Oof, that would be a rough thing to happen in an open qualifier round of 16. At least it's not an urban ending like a Los Leones, because that would just be too rude to put these guys through. They're already under a lot of stress and pressure. Once again, needing to make it to top 8 to qualify into the group stages for PEC. So far, Exalt being the cutoff point on just 19 points after 4 games, slightly under 5 points per game. Gaming Gladiators 1 point behind. So looking like whatever happens, we're going to be missing out on a couple of people by just 1 or 2 points if things remain the way they are.
Let's see. I'll take a couple of shots here. I think I was looking to try and find a position here. Quick answer though from the team as ready to help sort of evict their new neighbours. And looks like they are eager to try and contain that drop, at least their own. And stop any more other teams. It might slip them down, but not. It's holding on by the grasp at the end.
Almost. On that angle, it almost looks a little like pointy at the top, like a big triangle, like burrito shape. I'm so busy doesn't see it.
Burrito drop. Would you have that on all the maps? Do you think the E flare cover is an acceptable addition to all maps in comp at the moment?
I don't see it being egregiously bad, so I would be okay with it. I'm not gonna say I necessarily want it, but there are certain like niche scenarios, especially on maps like Tego, where it's like, you know, that if this team had a little bit of extra cover, they could do something. So yeah, it definitely has its uses. But they are quite expensive to carry. They're pretty big, hefty, take up a lot of inventory space. So that's where, you know, putting it in the car trunk, and then if you are having to play a car fort out in a field and then get a little bit of extra cover, folded shields. I don't think them. I don't know. I think they're pretty comparable to folded shields, which all in all have been relatively positive addition to the game, I think. So sure, why not? Chuck them in.
Yeah, I'm a favour. I think they got the balance quite nice. I would say if I was being picky, maybe just for Tego and just for Rondo, so maybe introduce it into Tego next, because it is another map that arguably ends in quite open terrain. But it just kind of makes sense. It makes more sense in the EMP zone, right?
But it would be quite funny to see someone who's like all the way up on top of a hill like Sloy Jacket just throw a flare off the edge and just hope that the Doritos drop on someone else's head down below or something. That would be quite funny.
Build up momentum. So avoid down the hill. Interesting. VZ. Shots over the top though, nothing too dangerous. I think it's more of a we're here, please don't stop. Wait and see now. The rest of these teams are going to move on in. Too much really to be had. It comes down to, I suppose, early engagement. A few teams are sort of cresting on the edge. It's a big decision to make. Does this zone shift heavy towards the west, or does it play back towards that Lost Leones? With a split here between these IGLs.
Kitchen looking like they're going to survive phase 1, which is good. Arrow very late into phase 1, just now coming through San Martin. They might, if the pathing is super unfortunate, might catch Levante as he's separated off, holding the northern side for Gaming Gladiators, but he's doing so from the low ground to the south of Power Grid, so should be okay. Leosh doing something similar up by Brickyard. Slightly over to the west. Both of them should get the information that there is a team still wrapping in behind, so they won't be entirely safe. They will have to put a little bit of focus on the northwest, should this not hard shift back towards Montenuevo.
Let's see. The team sort of sure when they find a little bit of hold. Fate on his own. Fate to himself, but good position, good dips. He is in the middle, so a lot of information being gained, and the question is, does Exalt know this is a 2-2 split? Maybe. Assume they do, as the high rollers in the cars continue to wrap on past. So with a split, can you get away with it too much? I think those hills and the edges are a little bit too exposing, for example. But let's wait and see. It's only phase number 1, 23 seconds left on the clock before we do get the pleasure of the zone gifting us the location where it's going to go. And any early prediction, where do you expect this is going to go, Saga?
Straight into Chumacera. I want fighting in the brick buildings. I want people climbing up the pipes and panzering each other from above. We want silly, stupid stuff for the round of 16. Oh, that's a shame.
Not this time. It's going towards that high ground, so might be on a big split, but it's going to be dangerous.
There's a big field in the middle, and, you know, if this is one of those zones that ends up going slightly to the north, sort of between ADR and Last Day currently, hey, maybe there's an argument there that, you know, if we had emergency cover flares and some Doritos, then maybe it might have been a little more playable. So you might be right. That's a hefty spray, though. April removes, or has his helmet removed by Melman. Off to the side. Win or die. A point on the board. Much needed. That's only their 6th point of the day, but Melman shows the potential to gather some more.
Good spray. We're all catching a bike. Argue said in a backflip. It wouldn't have happened, but a few more shots enjoying that. Fairy Tale get pushed towards the other side down. That's towards Exalt. The bus, not the fastest vehicle going up, but just enough cover provided. Sam though on the other side. Turning the favour back towards EZ. They will rock on by. So a couple more knocks on the kill feed. We do see business. Get confirmed and a kill on the board though. 100 AR.
Awkward position now for Fate. Does have some covering fire from his teammates above, but they're putting shots in towards Zubila in the vehicle. I don't know if they've spotted anybody's. Might be in a slightly more dangerous position for Fate. Over the top they go. It's anybody's from above, from the north. They didn't spot him out. He got fully baited, fully distracted by the vehicle flying in towards him. Anybody's caught him out. Melman lands a headshot onto Mogor as well, but it's too late. They can't provide any support to Fate. Teammate needed him.
So how the hell did they get that angle? I don't know, but it was the off angle that was caused. Enough distraction had been made, and a little bit of a hit and run now for the team.
Okay. Well, yeah, they sat down Zubila out of the vehicle. Mogor lands the shot. Melman's still creeping though. Still looking this direction. He has been spotted out. Got some shots in back towards him. But Exalt losing one up on that high ground. That's not ideal for them.
Ideal from an element of control. The high ground seems to be king at this moment, as both teams are sort of anchoring their way into that position. Like in the distance though, Exalt does pick up Secure Sense. Secure Sense making the push towards Hypebeast, but got to be careful what side of the mound they end on. Might find that third party action. Now down with Master, there comes the push forward, and Hypebeast seems to be the target.
Marcelik's looking for a bit of an off angle. Long range shots flying towards him, but it's with a Dragonov, so I wouldn't be all that worried. It'll land about 3 to 5 business days after they're fired. The Hypebeast, with that little bit of pressure from Marcelek on the off angle, decide it's not worth the fight. They're going to fall back. Get back in towards the compound. They probably have vehicles there safe. So should the zone shift away, they can start maybe thinking about a kind of pre-drive. Or at least start to plot a contingency plan for if they do get a horrible northern hard shift up towards Exalt. 10 seconds.
Yeah, not too bad. Oh, vote's going for Gaming Gladiators, that one. A surprising one for me. Then comes the zone shift away. How far do we go? We've got to lose the water, surely. There's only one really place to go.
Not yet.
Hypebeast, big comeback game this game. Pixel, let's see. Happy to God, Pixel the God. Still holds on the water. Goes back towards Hypebeast. Having a good position there, Pixel. They could maybe try and hold this one out. Neighbours don't are Secure Sense, and they've already teased us. We're trying to evict their neighbours. As much as eviction, though, as these teams, though, on the north now. And fortunately for last, them and Win or Die are going to be in a bit of a battle to get themselves out of Chimicera.
Blessed by Pixel. He's come back from his trip across the Atlantic to dominate in America for a little bit, then come back.
Welcome back, baby. EU. Always welcome. Should never have left, if you ask me.
You know, you got to show him who's boss a little bit every now and then.
No, true.
But it worked out. I mean, Hypebeast still holds on to their position, and this zone will shift away from the water. Should be going north, maybe slightly towards the west as well, but Hypebeast more than likely going to be in on the next zone. I'm not sure if Melban will be, though, because he had no idea that Bombilova was that close to him. Dashing straight up over the top, sits him down. Maybe a little bit of cover from above from Extans, but not even going to get a chance to put any shots in towards as last. Just make them move out of the compound, clean them up, and win or die. Now forced to try and find a new angle to get into the zone.
Last day, I'd say, were they their team that surprised me so far? Not really. Look at that roster. Well, currently in 7th place. Obviously, that's not including anything, obviously, of course, so far in this game, but not too bad. The big question is, can the teams down the central try and hold out? Last day, they seem to always be in the action, always under pressure. They will now rotate their way around into the loving arms of another team, and it seems to be their trend that they seem to survive out. See if they can keep the numbers up now as the crash maybe to the compound. The objective is 180 arc. Make sure they whistle on by.
Fragging numbers from teams in 3rd down to 7th are all extremely similar, with the big exception of Arrow, who basically got hard fed on Tego and just got like 17 kills. But all 19 or 20.
You're not letting that go,
so
are you? Not letting that go. That's a good game
it's
for
just
them.
what happens on Tego, isn't it? Yeah. But, you know, with that exception, you know, Last Day is one of those teams that's probably like top 3 in terms of the frags that they've got overall in the lobby. They've just only had 3 placement points to go along with it. So definitely more than capable when it comes to the fights. It's just getting the positions to survive until the late game, and it's looking like that's what they're struggling with here as well. Not really a surprise when they're trying to play through a valley with massive hills on either side, and now Primal's dropping down behind them. Bombilova heading up towards them on the north, might get drive-by'd if he's not careful. He does manage to turn back. It's going to be another difficult position for them to pick up any placement points from down below. Headshot does land, though, in blue. Daz was on the receiving end, and now Nitro getting tags all the way up top as well.
This is painful. This is painful. As I put up though, long distance shot, Exalt, no pressure apart from the zone in 47 seconds. They are able just to try and punish, maybe try and get still. Art Store providing the shots. Will Die doing the right thing. They pop the smokes behind them. They're trying to deny the shots though from Exalt. They want to try and take the fight head to head. Primal, one of the favourites for this map at the moment. They now move down. 3-man. Smart is DBNOs. So it's presented. Great nade comes through the middle, but doesn't quite get the connection.
Half damage onto 2 members. Not enough to get the flush either. Oh, headshot from Artix. He's just free reign up above just to poke shots down into both teams. And now, Last Day on the move as well. They've seen the smokes, heard all the commotion, heard the grenades. They want a piece of this action. Like I said, they're more than capable when it comes to fragging. And if they can see a chance to clear out some space, they're going to look for it as well. Bombilova, headshot onto Rustin Mars, sits him down. Long range Dragunov shots again from Salik, but it surely shouldn't be too worried. Again, it's a Dragunov.
Yeah, it's a bit too far out for that. It's going to cause damage. Maybe you get a DBNO. Maybe you pick up a steal, but
it's the close range. That's the problem.
Yeah, Last Day.
You got the grenade off. Sat one down. Go to flush on another, and X-Dan's finishing off Daz. We'll get yet another point on the board now for Last Day. Gonna fall back a little bit. Not gonna overcommit onto the push to clean up Win or Die as well. Now with Artix making his way down from the high ground. Still pressure on towards Win or Die, and actually it's Fairy Tale. Anybody's that gets the drop once more onto Presenti. Should know that that's the team that was just fighting the team they've wiped, so maybe Last Day is going to stick around a little longer, see what they can find.
Yeah. They'll have to try and make them move forward. They're still here. Where's one? One on the board though, Fairy Tale. They pick up 2. Continue to try and move out, extend his last one. Exalt obviously now leaving the high ground there. They're going to expose. Last Day play peekaboo up over the top. Samla, no knocks really, just more noise. So Last Day only on 3 kills. Got a good zone position. Need to maybe try and hold on to, maybe spread out a little bit, as we still got 14 teams remaining. Win or Die. Can't find them more as Feddy into Fuzzface. Will now go down. And maybe some more of the gear that he's looking for.
It's a really tough one. It feels like everywhere you go, there's someone a few hundred meters away that has angles on towards you, and most of the time it's BZ. They have really uncontested control of the eastern high ground. Downside for them is when this zone eventually shifts off from that position, they're going to have to try and cross the road, and then everyone has angles on them. Last Day, they go back across the valley to where they originally were. They've got angles now on towards ADR. Got away from Fairy Tale, who's been holding out so many teams from the north, and they're going to have to cross back in towards them as the zone shifts once again to the west, and once again Sakura Zenton sat in the middle of it.
Yep. Lucky, well, public favourite. Maybe there is a PayPal for the zone god. Everyone might be feeding that towards Sakura Zenton's. They want the 500 G coins. Great nade though. Levante air explosion. I would take down one of the brain lag. That's now. Right, a little bit further back. Now he's in zone, but down to a one-shot. The anchor player remaining hope, really, to try and get these guys out. Pennywise looking maybe to try and push forward and get that res as Gaming Gladiators reposition themselves. A surprising top vote for the community. It seems like Miramar might be their favourite. They're in a good driving spot now. They need to try and stop brain lag, backfeeding, and taking the hillside away from him.
Haru just can't get out of that warehouse. He can't go south. He can't go east. He's just stuck there. Best he can do now is just try and peek up over and get a knock on towards rocks. There's nothing that he can do in terms of helping his teammates. They're going to grab the revives, but if they don't have a vehicle and a couple of smokes, they're stuck there regardless. And I think Arrow's not making it out of this spot either. Oh, no. Easy have tried to make their move. Their vehicle explodes from underneath them. Shoxy gets taken down. A couple of them did make it across. Arrow's made it slightly outside of the warehouse, but that might just be it. But maybe it buys a little bit of time. But no, Levante spots this push. That's huge, and a big spray as well. Only 5 bullets. Pennywise sat down. The push aborted. BL surely now to die. Arrow's been caught out as well from Artix from behind too. It's looking grim for BL. It's looking mighty grim.
Able to sneak underneath though. He leaves the Valley to their advantage. On the other side of things, 100 ADR losing numbers as well. So receiving pressure from both sides of the shack. Last obviously has to dip down to business and leave the safety of their compound, and there again causing some damage. MK in hand. Well, that packs a punch as Monodoctro will go down. DBNO not for much longer. Actually, Exalt, they're the ones that claim it's a 2 kill still for business. So, pitching. The brain lag, well, didn't take him that much longer. Him won't get the knock, but and the rest of the work will be done by them.
Bit unfortunate. Is that yet another self run over? Probably like the 3rd that we've seen today. Still not the most embarrassing self kill that we've seen so far. Marshall now gets an answer back on towards Nipa from Kitchen, but he's quickly answered from Minabear, all under the watchful eye of Hype Beast. They have had to move out of their compound a little bit, but they've still got some of the high ground they can hold on to. Gives them a lot of angles, a lot of sight lines. Duffy, though, up close. Now in threat range of grenades. That looks good. Oh, it is good. 47 damage from Levante. And he just sits down Novik with a spray as well. Oh, Gaming Gladiators on the high ground, looking dominant.
Only spraying, he has to pop a med again each time. Duffy's in a bad spot. He can caught hugely
Smokes
by Gaming Gladiator here. And they're down, dusted. Out they will roll, and Gaming Gladiators will deny a Hype Beast entry back in towards zone as Secura Sentin, as the famous words of Saga says, have been hard fed. Yet another zone goes back their way. They will fall. Kitchen will fall soon after. One more team, and then we've got the placement points. 9 remain, but only 25 players left here for match number 5.
A lot of pressure on Mika, though, as Business have uncontested been allowed to hop out of their compound, just jog their way across the open field. Nitro wasn't interested in putting shots in towards them. Artix. Okay, well, there was a team in front of him, but one grenade just takes care of that problem. And then one grenade takes care of him as well. ADR holding onto that shack for as long as they have done. Now hold on to the north, but Nitro spots an opportunity. I mean, even down to just their solo player, not giving up on the chance to find some frags. This is the 4th placement point that they've secured. If you can get a couple more kills, get 1 placement point out of it, call that what? A 7-point game. It's not bad. It's decent. You'd probably take that if your last day, if he can clean up ADR.
It just seems to be getting to the end signs as well. And it's not like an easy path. They fight everybody trying to get there. I think they've not got the numbers and the kills that you might have expected. Wait and see what they can do. Business now up to 5, as BZ will now fall in 7th place. Extra point for them on the board. We're now 16 remain. 17 players left, so a lot of teams have bled numbers. We will now move our way in. So I'll try and work out Game Gladiators, though. Their next job is to try and stop this push from the south.
Whereas Ensign have like a weirdly safe position. It looks horrible. It's just a valley with high ground on either side, but teams on the high ground can't really peek over into Sakura Zenson without exposing themselves to the teams on the high ground on the opposite side. Prime example there is ADR just put some shots in as Gaming Gladiators fall back, trying to reposition, anticipating the push to come in from MUIQ. They would be right to do so, but actually helped out a little bit as Vanoz just abandoning the push that the rest of business is making. He spotted an opportunity to go for some kills, gets 1 knock, almost a second. Done a bit of a solo mission right now. Motic may be in a position to offer some assistance, but Gaming Gladiators are still lurking nearby, and without any lethal utility, it's going to be hard to dislodge them. So just funneling these 2 teams towards one another for now.
Yeah, and Gaming Gladiators now find himself at the bottom of a valley. It's been the danger. The teams up and subject to them. Will they fall to their own damage. They do push forward. Good use of util. Now pops out on the other side. A couple of shots now will come through. Does get a quick kill confirmed. Down to a 3 versus 3 though, as they will try and hold on. Pin now needs to get a med on. Dante needs to get a med on as well, but the pressure store comes through, and the pressure is now starting to come on from the business.
That's the only grenade that Business had, though. Didn't get the knock. It got some good damage onto Dante. That's all. You just heal through on the opposite side of the smokes. Vanos can't peek up over the top. Still, ADR putting pressure in from the far side. Nitro's just lurking. He's not making a push towards them overly aggressive while ADR's actively looking to third party. And Marsalek doing Marsalek things. He doesn't like sitting still. He wants to get involved. He gets tagged a couple times and says, all right, yeah, fair enough. Maybe I will stay down below. Folded shield up. Pin spots it, turns around immediately, says no thanks. Gonna wait for the blue zone to force them out from that cover.
Like he gets told off, isn't it? You can definitely hear it in the comms. He just gets told off. Marsalek doing Marsalek things. He takes a couple of shots. They see it. Marsalek, get back to the compound. Hold your compound.
Marsalek, come back here and put your pants back on. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. What was it? The comms? Was it the mosquito? Must be buzzing him up to take the fight. That's why he doesn't want to stay still. It's that bloody mosquito. Thanks to the clip that you guys posted to make us jack on the break, I'll be honest.
Yeah, he's something about... He's wearing shorts, there's a mosquito under his desk, so he just comes in the middle of the Rondo game that he has to go and change his pants. Okay, great stuff, Marsalek. But he's still going up there, he's still trying to get involved, and he's still getting punished for it. But since it's a bolty in the hands of Akim, and not the DMR, this is the exact reason. Whoever was asking the question before earlier on, if that was a bolty, Marsalek, if that wasn't a bolty, Marsalek's probably going to be dead. But lands the 1 tag, but there's the time to... rechamber a next round. Gives him enough time to fall back, but he's still not going down. GG might just be, though. Through the smoke. Huge spray from Motic.
Go for a top 4. Interesting to see actually the votes, if I'm honest with you. Who has gone for what? Obviously, Secure Sensing is up there. Business has got 1 vote. ADR. ADR. 5 votes. If Business win this, whoever's got that 1 vote, if they've got other maps underneath their belt, this could be a huge change of the leaderboard. They might find themselves at least 1 map ahead of everyone else.
I'm just saying, when you asked me to do a vote for a test, I voted for Business. It was like 4 maps ago, but I'm just saying, I did.
Knock-on effect.
Yeah. Always a little bit early when it comes to my predictions. It's a shame. Business, though, now with full control of the South. Rinnerlock down there holding on his Todd, as Mark Power would love to say, with the MK14. Dangerous weapon to have. The rest of the squad are actually pushing in a little bit towards where Sakura Zenson are once again in the top 3, lurking in the middle.
They've been hard-fed zone. I don't know if that's... refer to it. They just seem to find themselves sitting still. I think that's why they've got itchy feet. So I'll try and move a little bit further. It's 4 versus 3 versus 2. Business does have the numbers, but the numbers for the wins so far go to Secure Sensing. Already top of the table, and they've obviously bagged themselves a chicken dinner as well with that Fuzzface clutch on Tego. It's a very difficult position for them to win from.
Big problem now for Business. It's the same problem they had when they were pushing the hilltop fight, is they've just got no utility. Surely they know Sakura Zenson are lurking around nearby. They see the truck, they see the vehicle. They wish that they had blue zones, that they had frag grenades, molotovs, anything. Just clear those positions, but they just simply don't. But if they're going to have to do it with gun skill, they're actually going to push up towards ADR, try and get the full surround first. And he does get the better of Excelsius. Sparizi, that's a huge knock that potentially could unlock a chance. They can take down Akim for them to just get the full surround. But no, Marsalek. Of course, Marsalek has just jogged up the hill under their noses. Sat down Rinnerlock holding the anchor. And now it's a big problem.
ADR.
But Akim from up above. The one they left alive has helped them out.
It's gone the other way. 3 versus 2 versus 1. They're going to try and stick the res here. Kim has heard the footsteps, so he's going to look back. Business want to try and keep the pressure though on Secure Sensor, but also wary. There is someone else on the high ground here. Let's see if this other can cause some more damage. And that's to come up though. He goes down. Secure Sensor are out. Business driving. Business will take the win. Back to they go on top for that victory. And whoever got that 1 vote, wow, GG.
Did they get that picture of you for their logo though? That's cool.
That's you, mate. What are you
Wow.
talking about? That is you, mate.
No.
That is you. But
Oh,
business took
not
the kills
orange
in the
hair.
end. They took the damage and they took the assist, mate. So not bad. Not bad. Arguably, they needed that win, though.
They definitely did. So far, I mean, to be fair, they were in 5th place coming into this. That will put them into, let's call it a safer capacity. Not 100% safe. We've still got another day of games after this one. The final match up yet to come for day number 1. But, I mean, business holding that compound on the low ground. They timed their aggression really well because it was last day that was just to their north, putting pressure left, right, and center, going up the hill, back down again. And then as soon as they lost their numbers, business swept around the south, cleaned up everyone on the south side of the zone. Got a little bit sketchy at some points. Came down to the 1v1 against ADR. That was really the turning point where they picked that up, got control of the north. And either way, Sakura Zenson getting yet another top 3 is looking scary.
Is looking scary. Consistently scary as well. Bit like last day. I'm still trying to puzzle if they like the Agent of Chaos because they just seem to be driving into trouble. Well, let's see if they can do it one more time. As the final game here for day number 1 is coming up after a short break. Your last chance to vote, though, for the last game. So exclamation mark vote into chat. Follow the link. Put the vote to who you think is going to take game number 6. And obviously I can draw out who was the winner, who got the most successful picks. For now, quick break. See you guys at game number 6.
It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need.
Here we go. Final map, though, for day number 1 is 2 days. We got a best of 12, though, for the PEC Fall round of 16. You have to only be taking a short number of teams, though, to come through. Fly path for this one, though, is a north and down towards a south. And top 8, that's where we're going to have to try and end up on the end of this best of 12.
27 points now is the cutoff point. A game or two ago, we were talking 19 points being the cutoff. It was Exalt that held on to that. Now it's Gaming Gladiators on 27. Above them, Brain Lag 28. Above them, Last Day 29. It's extremely close around that 8th place cutoff. So thankfully, with another day of games, there might be a chance for those teams to kind of separate themselves from that mid-pack. But it doesn't help when Sakura's Ensign is currently averaging, what, like 13 points per game on 65 points from 5. They're absorbing a lot, and that leaves very little for everyone else to scrap for on the teams below. But Win or Die definitely need to start stepping it up. They're only on 7 without a single placement point, all of them from kills. Hype Beasts on 15 points total after only getting 1 in the previous match. Not ideal, but still within touching distance, only 12 points behind the cutoff point currently, with 6 and the rest of this game left to go. Definitely a gap that can be closed. Not a fan of seeing the circle reticle on that 4x though.
I can't agree with it. You can't argue when they've got 36 kills underneath their belt and they're doing something right. Maybe a bit of zone, but that clutch show at the end though, with Fuzzface at the end of game number 3. It was a strong ending. Chris Henson are leading the charge. I think you can argue to say even with maybe a bad performance tomorrow. I can't imagine dipping out. And with that one blip we saw in the qualifiers, I think they've managed to overcome it. Oh no.
Levante opening that door.
Gave a sound cue.
Same. I think he heard it.
Yeah.
Look
100%.
at his reaction. He definitely heard that door open. Oh dear.
I think like half a second before or and not opening that door, very, very different. The nade will be a giveaway back the other side that they know someone's here. Nade will go through. Levante might fire, will get moving. Nade gone off. He's still going to hold his angle. All right. Do push their way in. It's 2 versus 2. Let's do have a bit of reinforcements coming the other way. First kill on the board though goes towards last. He turns the other way. Arrow pointed the arrow
Second-guessed
direction.
himself.
The wrong way round and goes down. There's one. Cleano. Levante going for the second.
He definitely second-guessed himself. He was like, I swear I just heard the door open, but maybe I didn't. Walked in. He was still checking up above. Maybe he thought it was the door out to the balcony up top. That's painful. And Levante's position was perfect to spring the trap onto Jacob as well as he tried to sit down his teammate of Danta in the 1v1 through the window. Big pickup for the Gaming Gladiators. Arrow only committed 2. The others were still up over by Campo Militar. And that is a zone where getting priority compounds early on can do so much in terms of your longevity and results from this game should it continue shifting up towards the northeast. A lot of wide open area, west side of Cruz. Losing 2 players early, not what you want to see.
Yeah, especially a team that's a couple of points behind you as well. 2 early kills. And they've already half that gap down. Arrow are in 5th, so they've had a good day. Part and parcel might be towards that Tego, but we'll wait and see. Just to let you guys know, just have a quick look at the leaderboard though when it comes down to winning 500 G-Coin just for day number 1. There are 4 people that have only picked 2 games so far. So, interestingly, if you get one of those 4 people pick this final game correctly, that will give them head and shoulders above the rest, and they will automatically bag themselves 500 G-Coin. Or will we see more people get it right that might have 1 vote already and put themselves in the hat? I think I'll have to do a little draw after this one, but do that off stream and do it on social media on twitter.com.
Nice. That's way more acceptable socially. And it's also a great way to shoehorn people into following you so they don't miss your announcement. I love it.
That's what it's about, mate. Strategic.
Always tactical.
Tactical is the mortar fire that came from Arrow. That was pinpoint tactical. Even on the first floor of the building.
Just in case anyone was unaware, referring to that website as X in chat is a bannable offense.
Apart from
we'll consider that. Yeah, we'll consider that as warning number 1. Presenti putting a few warning shots in. I mean, they already knew about that position. BL with a bit of a split now from the hot dog over to water treatment itself. Again, another one that, watching back the EWC finals, there was a zone that ended on the hill just on the western side of water treatment, which I haven't seen one end exactly there before. Typically it does go down towards the plateau where now Sakura Zenzen, funny enough, is pulling up just to the south side of the BL split, but possibilities certainly there for BL to profit massively from this game.
It's not bad to profit with a FAMAS. Next punch. Maybe not as much as that tree nearly did, but there's that short clip. I have seen in a few teams some players being caught short with it, but let's wait and see. They've got a good position now on the zone. Zone obviously is working its way now in. They've got a nice little split. Arrow sneaks in above. Chris Ensign sneaking in below. As the Ziki from Marsec doesn't quite smooth its way in. But this is kind of a good position where it's not going to get picked up. So, shield grabbed. Might even be deployed. No kills on the board though for Chris Ensign. They'll be looking to try and end day number 1 as explosive. As I say, a lot of these matches have been for them.
We've definitely been doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of fragging. Actually, Business, the only team above 30 alongside them. A lot of that came from their previous game as well. on our first Miramar of the day. They picked up a total of 13 kills in that one, so definitely doing a lot of work to keep them up top. Currently in second place, but still a 13-point gap behind Sakura Zensen. And right now, I don't even see where business is. Where they at?
I can show you. Yeah. Actually, no, I can't, because if I click on it, it's going to pause for me, if I'm honest with you, so I won't show you. Business is... where's the little blue logo? That's not them, that's thing.
They're like
actually,
still on...
They're still at the bottom.
They're still on...
Yeah, they're not on the map feed.
Still in Partona? Like, what's going on?
It must be down.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Sneaking their way in all the way down by Chumacera. There we go.
Here they come.
Okay, so it's a super late entrance for business all the way down south. But maybe that's not too bad of a thing. We'll give them a bit of a glance of where the zone's going. And it avoids getting caught like this for 100 ADR, where Salik drops a nade on your car and a Kimp is currently not looking great for an exfil.
100 ADR again struggled a little bit today, especially on placement. You know, I could be that last game was better for them, but see if they can bag another decent Miramar. You say they've done some numbers. He said their rival nemesis above him in the leaderboard. So he's a little bit cautious, doesn't want to push over, doesn't want to commit, and it looks like you're not going to get the res on. Actually, correct that. The off angle. Let's actually get that confirmed. Actually stolen away. 100 yards. I'm going to use that player. BZ, unfortunate. Did the hard work, but don't get the victory for it.
Cheeky. And they've popped his tire as compensation. Means his hard spawn is going to be moving a little bit slower, a little bit more dangerous to try and make a move, but there's no one really there to try and actually punish. That one, though, on the opposite side, losing a tire there while moving, spinning in front of Salik. Definitely not ideal. If that was not a Dragonov, he might have been in trouble. It is a little difficult to hit those shots from this distance, especially when a sandstorm comes in and obscures your vision, puts some dirt on your scope.
Is that on your it's on his side as well? For 100 ADR, they are as bright as rain. It's clear. There's anything for them. So maybe I have to use it to get away.
He does. The little wiggle back and forth, give him the jukes, makes a man miss, as NFL commentators love to say, as I've recently found out. Started watching NFL recently. Actually, quite interesting. The style of commentary there is weird, but they do say some cool catchphrases.
Is that what you can expect from you now for PEC catchphrases?
Honestly, no. As long as we can agree that the Steelers suck, then that's all the NFL knowledge that you need to have. Zone has shifted east slightly to the north of the entrance to Death Valley. Kitchener in the middle. They have a chance. They might be able to play a game.
Got a
That's
chance
cool.
to keep 4 players up. Let's give them that. So, a one-man army for them. 49ers have got in for the chat. Oh, here comes the reinforcements. Full drive through, fast face. We'll pick up one. Oh, no.
Oh,
No. I thought he was going to do it then. I actually thought he was going to burn him alive.
Imagine getting barbecued by a guy that gets dropped by Koa. That's just so rude. Unbelievable. No, it's a good thing he didn't. That would have been mental damage.
Great nade.
Might be physical damage with that grenade, though. Shrapnel into the side of Descent, trying to lurk around, but can't get away. Wabuki catches him out. A great read. A great delivery on that grenade as well.
Yeah, the guys on the other side of the building. I'm going to be making the comms. I think nade actually went underneath as well, so no matter which way he went, it's going to be impactful for him. Raynag on the other hand, no kills as well. Got compound now, obviously looking on towards Arrows. They will keep their head down. There's a lot of fans for Arrow, a lot of German fans out there giving them some support. There was some banter between them and Sakura Sensen, but Sakura Sensen, I think, can throw back. They are now top of the leaderboard, though. Let's see if they can still remain here. The rest of the teams, though, working their way down. I do question, I was looking at the map feed then, that Kitchen was starting to lurk out, and 5 games out of 6 so far, they've lost a player pretty early, so hopefully they can stay a little bit tighter, maybe let a couple more zones go underneath the belt.
Alright to split over the road once the zone decides whether it's going east or west. Just go for the regroup. Although, to be fair, the hilltop to the north is still in play, and if they could maybe do a slight split with that. It is risky, but it'll pay off massively. At this point, maybe when you're only on 5 points, you're 22 points down on the 8th place cutoff. Maybe you do have to start taking some risks, but they actually have to start working. That's kind of the problem.
This hasn't been great for them, has it? It's been difficult. It's really, I think, just keeping those numbers up, keeping 4 alive early game. Back to the basics they want. Let's go back towards this other side though, because Exalt has picked up Samler. He picked up Compound, but the zone shifting away. 23 seconds left before we do see that. Let's see if Ark can just stay more quiet. Hopefully he doesn't open up any doors like Levante done, but the argument is also to say he picked up 2 kills from doing it, so done what he needed to do.
Angle from Mogo though. Gets a quick reload off it as well, or switching back to try and hold the doorway. Luzon is going to force him to move a little bit forwards, but he's got the jammer pack, and Arctic's holding the back line, holds his nerve, gets the knock as well, providing the support. Rayo dips out of there, takes 14 damage somehow from a shot that looked like it hit his head, and Arctic's dashing forwards. 1 bullet left in the chamber, doesn't need it. Samler demolished, swept aside.
Well, lucky enough for them, they got additional player. Not it. Exalt, you do the damage. Good play. Alex, that pressure instantly on. No, he's going to back away. Here comes the pressure though. There's one member. Unibet holds out. Don't go down. We need to keep the numbers up. A good knock. Don't overcommit to it. Don't overcommit to the kill. It's going to go. There you go. We'll now get it. 1 kill on the board. Job done. Minibear can now tab out. Sum up. They're going to do that first though. 16 plays for them as 15 teams now remain.
Bet. Now the last man standing for Kitchen in that compound, as everyone else has regrouped up onto the warehouses. Hopefully he'll head over to join them soon, otherwise Gaming Gladiators might have seen the regroup and just commit to a 4-man breach on that compound. They're in vehicles heading that direction. Duffy, though, getting the knock as ARW start to make a bit of a move. eBay last man up now for that squad, just spinning in circles down in the dip in a buggy. Not looking great. Could do with some Doritos from an emergency flare, but he's got a tree and he'll take that for now.
Take that. Hopefully you guys have got your votes in, because
it's
now done. And hopefully for those that picked out for Arrow, only 2 of you. No more. 15 place for them. And the vote for game, or day number 1, game number 6, has closed now.
Oh.
So
This is what we hoped wouldn't happen.
Minibear got
Gladiators.
That must, oh, painful.
Yeah, he stuck around for the flush onto Arrow. Maybe they only had 1 vehicle in this compound, so he would have had to run over on foot after the regroup came through, so he was just stuck here. But Gaming Gladiators spotted it out that it was a solo, or maybe saw the regroup.
But
End
perfect
up.
timing. 15 minutes on the clock, give or take.
Huge.
They're consistent. You can give that to Kitchen. About 15 minutes is when they lose a player. The average survival time, apart from Squeaky. So, living up. They've got to get that clock counted down and out. But a kill on the board nonetheless. Good position though for them. Phase number 3. 36 seconds left before we see phase number 4. Working its way in. It's got a good couple of shots for them. They do like playing the outside edge, don't they? As they now apply the pressure onto Primal.
A couple of players slightly further ahead. Mogor maybe in nade range, but those dips are going to make it really difficult. He's trying to prime it onto Primal. Going to be able to get a chance to get it out, though. Rustin Moss spotted him out and forced him off the position. Didn't want to risk going down, grenade in hand. 1 tag onto Joggers is still going to be enough. He's still not had a chance to heal. No bandages or anything. They're going to back away in the blue zone. That makes it awkward for Exalt to stick around. And the new phase 4 shift is going to make it even more awkward for quite literally everyone. Straight down the middle. There always seems to be a valley down the middle of every zone we've had so far, and always seems to end up with Sakura Zenson inside the valley. This time, it might be difficult. His team's already there, and Sloy Jackets committed forwards onto this fight. Might catch Rustin Mar from behind.
I feel like this is the car special. Right. Of the valley. Oh, Jacket though does catch up with Small there. Down, maybe down and out. Not really, I suppose, back in the same bang that we've seen from them in the earlier qualifications. Let's see if they can dig anything out. Now they're not too bad. It's not too much away from them, but always give or take there. They've been slacking a little bit more on the placement points. It's the kills that really keep them in this at the moment. So they have to go for a full send. Talk about full sends. On top, looking to do the same as well, as they will find themselves now on the northeast corner. The Prime will come under. There's one. Final player now, quick kill confirm. As we'll all die, we'll send them one more pack in. And the final player for Primal is left alive.
I rate that from Exalt, though. A few times teams that play the edge can get caught into the trap of being a little too passive, but they knew that they forced Primal back. They knew that Joggers was down low, and that 2 drove back into the compound. They take the opportunity to squeeze them out in a 4 versus 2, and it does eventually end up with Joggers going down. April gets the final kill. Sakura Zenzen losing players. Marcelek down. Uh-oh. That's not good for our first place homies. Buzzface last man up, and he's way outside of the zone.
He's a bit far on the zone. Needs to work his way back in. Crash though coming in. Gaming Gladiators must be identifying that Kitchen might be on the other side of the road to them. They had only the one. You can hear that across the map. P90's also there as well. Squeaky sits in the middle though. Looks like the outside jacket that gets caught as Fairy Tale picks up. Quick kill confirmed onto Brain Lag. That's difficult. Exalt always seem to be watching, always seem to be on the outside, and always picking apart teams when they don't want.
They're re-breaching it as well.
Yeah,
they're coming in for this. They want all the smoke. Again, Exalt, the team that was 1 point behind Gaming Gladiators. I don't think they know that this is Gaming Gladiators, or maybe they do. Maybe they've got that information somehow. Maybe from the earlier kill they picked up onto Kitchen. They want to take this fight. They want to eliminate GG as quickly as they can. Unfortunately, it's April from all the way over to the east that gets the opening knock on towards Fate by the tree. Rocks lining up an aid to try and steal the flush.
Confirm it though. Now, Exalt. I'll try and launch some nades over the top. I'll argue to say that they know who they're fighting now. Gaming Gladiators got the high grounds. For how much longer they face number 4, it's going to pack a little bit more of a sting than you would expect. Got to stand out. The animation causes a problem. The zone will cause even more of an issue now. It's Gaming Gladiators trying to keep Pin alive as they will scurry through the warehouse, trying to keep ahead of the blue zone nade, but pretty much on their tail. They will find a little bit of safety now, but for how much longer?
Oz did just sneakily pick off a couple of kills from BL as well in the back line as the last man standing for Sakura Zensen made his way up northern side of the valley. Still got a long way to go, and he's under the watchful eye of Rinalok. Not going to make it out. The Mini gets the job done from that distance. Kitchen have fallen back. They've still got defensive work to do. Well, I should have just spotted out Rocks. He did, but well, it's not connecting as he goes for the repeat.
That repeat before I get there. 2 kills on the board, 2 players. Molly's short though. That would have been very impactful if it did go through. Looks like they're trying to number 8. Levante looking to try and get that. A couple of shots do come through. Nade quite connecting either. Rocks down to a 1, but numbers do still favour Gaming Gladiators. They are now going to pop that smoke wall. They will cross on over, but Snowy Jacket there. Again, Store causing issues here. Exalt the pain in multiple team sides.
He's getting thirded. Fairy Tale have flexed out again. Been down towards the center of the zone for so long, but everyone's putting the pressure onto each other and not onto them. I think he just ran through a Molotov and then into a grenade. Gaming Gladiators steadily getting picked apart. Exalt, it's been a costly push for them to try and wipe out their closest opposition for that 8th place spot, but now getting the job done slowly. Steadily, Levanta caught out around the outside just after he gets the knock, and Squeaky down onto Slow Jacket and Artix as well. Squeaky! Never count him out.
You're right. No, survivability. Look at the time on Dwyer for that man. Seems to refuse to go down. Now he knows it's a double team. He knows he's cleared 1. He's going to refocus his attention back. It's a 1 versus 1. Squeaky versus Pin. Pin's already taking blue damage, and look at the impact that is. Squeaky can stay ahead of this one if he wants to, but he's actually played out towards the back. He's in the blue himself. Pin working his way around. The footsteps and the sound will be heard quite clear as he's trying to dip over towards the other side. He's trying to drop a shoulder here on towards Squeaky, but he's going to get the med off in time. Pin's going to just expose, but he's going to go down. Kill feed Reed, missing the additional kill, and Squeaky should work his way in towards zone. 8th place for Gaming Gladiators, and the Kitchen Store cooking.
They get the placement point out of it as well to the top 7. Not looking great for last day on the south. Wombilova getting revived. They've got at least a couple of players still up alongside him, but they're the only team that's on the south side of the zone. I don't know whether they've got a vehicle or not. They've got smokes and mortars. Oh, okay, that was close. Almost. If they go a little bit further, they blow up all 3 vehicles, but somehow the cars survive. If they can get a couple of smokes down, they might be able to try and make some kind of send into the valley.
But they've got the
distance. It's pretty, but they can try.
They've got the distance, so now they just need to wait for them to start moving. any wind of them getting to the vehicles, you just relaunch out a mortar. I think it'll come down to timing. Second one was pretty short, so need some near go for weight. Here comes that zone shift, goes back towards the other side. Will Die Hype Beast are there. A number of votes. Here come the rotation from last as they want to get across the valley now in towards the action. The guys are going to make the play as well. The car doesn't bounce though. Nade will be cooked and waiting as they will somehow, some way get themselves across. But no, the initial shot will come through. Does get a knock and they're here. They're getting knocks themselves.
They've just gone straight into this fight. You knew that if they tried to go anywhere in between this and ADR, they're getting third-partied from both sides, so they just commit. Of course they do. It's last day. Huge grenade up over the top is going to bounce nowhere even close to them, but even getting the one kill and getting a position is something. Nitro, I don't know about that one.
Pick one. After now, lost one. One's DB&O. Pressure's going to come in. I think they're relying on the shots on the other side, but 100 ADR are focused back on Quizzy. He's a player that is anchored back. He's the one that's maybe arguably trying to keep him alive. There goes a smoke. That's going to try and block out some of those shots, though, from the other side. So we're focused back towards 100 ADR just before that smoke blooms. He's got a long distance to run. I think he's pretty much dead and dusted out there. The car's about to go. There we go. Initial shots keeps alive, but for how much longer?
Now he's lost his physical cover from the west as well. He's still got the rock to provide some cover from MUIQ, but once that smoke starts to fade, ADR should just clean up Quizzy quickly. Last will just be down to 2 men standing on that dirt road up. Melman starting to creep out and look for an angle towards it as Squeaky creeps his way forwards, trying to find an angle onto April, but shots go into the backpack, don't deal any damage. This wall of smokes give him a little bit of a chance to reposition around the side, maybe get in range to try and put that Molotov to use, but maybe doesn't even need to. Brightside's getting tagged down heavily by Leosh and Xdance. Molotov falls short anyway.
Short. DB&O. I might be able to try and get this one squeaky though. Playing forward. Nothing else to lose really now for Kitchen. Just more points on the board. Looking for the flash. Only heavy util. Might have to be a flash and push. There's one. Second one will go in as well. Connecting Josh, yep. Let's get the res. So now it's back to a 2 versus 1.
Do with one more flash as that smoke's about to fade. He did get the heal off. Squeaky on the spray. Doesn't matter if they're blind or not. They're bodied. Headshot. Back to back on Brightside. Sat down by the old veteran Squeaky. You just can't deal with him.
Jeez Louise. Presenti, P90. Maybe it's the only thing that can take this man out. He's gonna have to try and make the move. It doesn't move.
I just got a mental image of him flicking the entire way across that tiny table that he's playing on to get that second on the spray. Jebs might just catch him out if he pops up over the top, and Presenti on the other side is waiting for his chance to just P90 him down.
Ricky is back, baby. 100% undeniable. He keeps Kitchen in it. Pretty much 6 games out of 6 at the moment. Survivability is insane. So, last down. Oh, Elmo's joined chat. Welcome in, Elmo. Good game from you guys today. Melman gets caught. Squeaky there again, looking for another kill. 8 kills on the board for Kitchen. 6. Oh, Presenti. He jumped. He did not take a second guess to lay down Squeaky. Kitchen is being extinguished. It looks like the boys are going to try and get Melman back. It's 4 versus 3 versus 2. You've got to favour win or die now for the win. They've got the zone. No one else has got to get themselves in. They've got to breach their way in towards this one. A little bit of a 2-2 split, but Presenti could cause a huge amount of damage, though, from that back line.
Gotta make sure now that Melman and Leosh are not getting backstabbed by Last Day, but ADR is actually wrapping around the south in towards Last Day. That might just be a problem. Ibuki cops a headshot. Excelsias trying to get up close with a grenade. Land some damage onto Mombilova. Molotov not quite quick enough as he's hopped out of the vehicle and out the other side. Win or die fully reset. They're going to take full zone control on the northwest, knowing that that back is completely clear. Xstans is going to deny Last Day any sort of possibility of wrapping up towards their north.
So let's see what they can do. So I'm working. Oh, back. They've got the res back on. Last Day. They are just an agent of chaos, right? It is just, they just seem to be here. Hook or by crook. Push or crashed. He will survive. 8 kills on the board for them. Nitro, rethink about the entry point now as 100 ADR. Do have that south side. This has got to be win or die, surely.
Considering before we got onto Miramar last day, only had 3 placement points on the previous 4 maps. We've got almost 10 placement points alone from these 2 Miramar games, but definitely been up there in terms of the frags. Nitro now last man standing again. Or last. XLCS. Not going to be the one to get the point. It will be Leosh for win or die, making full use of that north control that they've got. Widespread now, 400 ADR all the way around the south. They've got a couple of ridges to try and work with, but more than happy for win or die just to sit back and wait for the zone to force ADR to come to them.
I see. But yeah, full control. It's been a good 6 games so far. 100 ADR. I think Miramar seems to be their favoured. Well, even as a duo in the last one. See what they can do now. 2 kills. Not obviously the same compared to the kitchen and saw from the boys from last day. They'll die in what they need to get a victory underneath their belt. They've been sort of chasing the lead down, not quite getting the results needed. Let's wait and see. 4 votes at the end. Let us know in chat who you voted for on the actual voting system to try and be in a chance to win 500 G coin. Were you one of the players that picked 100 ADR or win or die? Let us know. Who are you going to make the call for, Saga? Do you think win or die are going to claim it or 100 ADR?
15th place coming into this win or die. And when they win this game, it's going to be potentially enough to actually put them directly in the mix for top 8. Maybe not quite all the way there. Don't think they're going to have quite enough kills to match Gaming Gladiators and Exalt after the scrap that they were having in and around the warehouse, but they'll certainly be around 10th, 11th, and only a few points shy. That's how quickly your fortune can turn around. If you've had a bad day, you just need 1 good game and you're right back in it with 6 more games to go tomorrow. Closing out strong, definitely important. 100 ADR as well could do with getting the win, but in the position, it's a little unlikely. Extends holding the back line. Just anchoring, waiting for any push to come up over the top so we can feed that information over to Leosh, Melman, and Presenti with that P90 as well. The push is going to have to come soon now that Phase 9's in effect. Blue Zone's going to start forcing 100 ADR's hand to make a move in towards win or die.
You got a bit of car cover. I don't think that shield it's not going to really play effect. You can maybe move it forward, but win or die don't need to really push onto this one. The only downside win or die I've got is they're on a downhill slope. So there's an argument to say the uphill might be an advantage. Actually favour against it. No lid here. The moment Wookie peeks his head over the top, especially with a P90 on the other side, you're going down straight away.
Now Extends has been forced to push forwards. The blue zone put pressure on him from his anchoring position first, so Win or Die have lost that early warning system. It does mean that the grenades have now got into range where they can look to double nade certain positions, clear Jebs out from that rock, and maybe even look to push for it themselves. Wrap around clearing the far western edge. Got some good damage down as well, almost getting the knock. That's about 90 damage between those 2 grenades. On towards Jebs. We'll force him back into a position where he has to heal, and they're just running out of space to work with now. 100 ADR. Burned through all their smokes, their utility.
2 kills on the board.
Squeezed.
They are in rags as well. No util. They've chucked everything they've got. The smoke wall in favour. At what point do you kind of fall on the sword and push win or die? Do you try and take it? Do you deny it? 4 versus 3. Argument is to take the fight, right? As win or die. You've got you 2 in the back pocket. 6 kills as well. Looking to claim a number 3.
$19 points on the line for win or die would be a huge jump for them up towards 26. If they can get these kills, they've still got grenades to work with. Now a little bit of information has been given. Those shots fired out, and it's Jebs who falls down for Excelias firing the shots. Wabuki does manage to get one, but that's all they'll get. Completely swept aside as soon as those smokes started to fade. They gave the information with the shots. 2 grenades directly on top of it. Win or die. Push forwards, and we get to look at that lovely lovely little anime logo that UFSA loves to explain about how he made it. And that's a big chunk of points for When They'll Die to get. They were struggling for points before this game. Huge win for them, puts them right back in the mix.
That's before I knew people to make the logos for me. It was a lastminute.com. I actually think it was for PEC. I had to make it for When They'll Die as well. About time they upgraded, though. About time they upgraded. That was good 6 games. Really enjoyable. Let's refresh the leaderboard. I think it might update because I'm on a delay, aren't they? Yeah, refresh. There we go. No surprise. Sakura Senton are up there. After 6 games, 69 points. I think they've been fed some zones. They've done some Master Select stuff. There was a Mosquito helping them out and coaching at some point as well. But generally speaking, consistent 40 kills on the board. That is insane. And I think that kind of sings to that game style that they play. And actually, there's an argument to say, like, where do you think cutoff's going to be with a best of 12? They've got to clearly be just about above it now. I think they've done enough from day number 1 to maybe secure their seat in one of those top 8 positions.
Yeah, it's usually 55 to 60 is around that cutoff point for BO12s, and already one shy of 70 points. Nice, but no, they've pretty much done enough. We're talking about top 8 right now. Arrow is the team in 8th place on 31, so yeah, vaguely around halfway to the sort of hypothetical cutoff point. 1 point ahead of them, Gaming Gladiators on 32. 1 point behind them, Fairy Tail on 29. So it's extremely tight. 6 more games left to go. It's maybe a little bit of good news for Fairy Tail, because if we were only doing a best of 6, they've missed out by a single point.
Yeah.
So 6 more games to go to try and prove their point and make it into the grand finals.
It does speak, though, to the level of the EU side or the EMEA side. It has been tight even the way through a lot of the qualifications. 1 or 2 points have been the difference of the teams not being qualified as well. So it has been good. We've got another 6 games back here at the same time. It'll be 5 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock CEST. Let's get it right. And we will duke out for the final 6 games. We'll be kicking things off, though, on Miramar and ending on a wrangle to do flip things around. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that have picked twice successfully the winners. So I am going to go draw that on Twitter very shortly to see who's going to be in a chance to win 500 G-Coin. If you're not in that name, don't worry. We will come back again tomorrow. We've got another 500 G-Coins, and we have a overall leaderboard as well over the 12 games as well. So again, exclamation mark vote. I am going to open up tomorrow's vote shortly. So if you want an early prediction, you can do. If you want to be hyper competitive, you can wait until the game kicks off before you make the pick. That's it from us. Sarg, any final thoughts before we close on out?
Yeah, I'm not here tomorrow. I've got something on Tuesday night, so let's have a good clean fight, and let's just do some Master Select stuff. I mean, Sakura Zenzen's already pretty much in, so just unleash him. Let him take his pants off mid-game. Do what you want. Run around, get some frags. Make it difficult for some of your opposition.
Maybe that Mosquito will return. If you haven't already, give this man a follow. If you don't know who he is the man behind the plan on the main lands. And I'll come and join us for a bit of fun on the round of 16. So make sure he says something in chat. We'll give him a follow, give him some love. He does stream quite a bit, and you might actually catch me on my crap play the other day because it was shocking. So follow him.
Don't wanna.
Let's go.
Watch the VOD.
Yeah, don't watch it. Let's go raid someone on Twitch. Those are on YouTube. Thank you very much for tuning in on Twitter. Thank you very much. Been about 1,000 people watching on Twitter as well, which is insane. So same time, same place tomorrow. Catch you guys later. Peace.
Fear that love is hard to fight.
No, I'll just put that back up.
Not in your
Cool.
heart, but in
Who are
your
you raiding?
mind.
Are you going to start screaming so I can raid you?
Are we playing
Nah.
this game? Are we playing this game?
Stop the stream. It's done.